Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming today to Sea of Solutions 2022. We'll begin in around 2 minutes, just as we wait for more of the audience to come in. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers and panelists, on behalf of Sea Circular, an initiative of the UN Environment Programme and COBSEA, and funded by the government of Sweden, I welcome you all to the second and final day of Sea of Solutions 2022. My name is Erin Gunanto, Program Manager at EB Impact, and I will be your host for today. Thank you for choosing to be here today, and thank you to those of you who tuned in yesterday. For those of you who are joining us for the first time today, welcome. We will provide a recap and summary from day one as well, so don't worry if you're only here for the first time now. Kindly note that the microphones and video cameras of all attendees will remain turned off, so we don't have any unintended background noise or other distractions during the event. With that being said, however, we do encourage engagement in the chat box. If at any point you would like to leave your thoughts or your comments, or would like to introduce yourselves to one another, please use the chat box function to do so. Now, without further ado, I would now like to introduce our first speaker of the day to open up the event with a brief recap of day one and a warm welcome remark. Mahesh Pradhan is coordinator of the coordinating body of the Seas of East Asia, COBSEA. With over 25 years of experience with the UN Environment Programme, Mahesh was designated as COBSEA coordinator by UNEP's executive director in July 2022. Over to you, Mahesh.
Thank you very much, Erin, and a very warm welcome to the 80+ participants who are online as we speak. Thank you also for those who joined us yesterday, and welcome back to the second day of the Sea of Solutions, this annual flagship partnership event on plastic pollution, which is hosted by the United Nations Environment Programme together with the coordinating body on the Seas of East Asia, COBSEA, with generous support from the government of Sweden. We have a very interesting day ahead today. But before that, maybe a few remarks on behalf of COBSEA and also a brief recap of yesterday, as well as what's in store for today. If I could have the first slide, please. Right. As one of the implementing partners for this project, Sea Circular, COBSEA supports countries in the region to achieve regional priorities on marine litter action through what we call the COBSEA RAP Mali. In other words, the COBSEA Regional Action Plan on Marine Litter. COBSEA has 9 countries participating in it, of which all the 6 Sea Circular countries are involved. At our most recent intergovernmental meeting, the 25th resume session in Vietnam, countries reaffirmed their commitments to reducing and preventing marine litter, to strengthening and harmonizing of sources, flows, and impacts of marine litter, and also to share knowledge for coordinated action. It's my pleasure to announce that countries have established the East Asian Seas Regional Node of the Global Partnership on Marine Litter, GPML, which is now also going a slight name change to include plastic pollution, as well as a brand new COPSI Regional Activity Center hosted by the Regional Capacity Center for Clean Seas in Bali, Indonesia. As you can see, the RAP Mali has 4 distinct areas, and Sea Circular contributes to all 3 of these, of the 4. The web platform of the regional node will also be launched at the end of this month, which will provide access to policies, knowledge products, and good practices, access to our regional research database and network, and also to a range of capacity building and learning resources. This web platform was developed with support from Sea Circular and is linked to this global platform of the GPML, which will connect the region to the global knowledge and data for informed action. Next slide, please. Moving on to yesterday, if you were part of the discussions, it was really, we heard a wealth of inspiring initiatives and impactful solutions to tackling plastic pollution in our region. I think all our speakers, starting from the opening to the panel, as well as on the innovation side, made it very clear that countries and communities in Southeast Asia and the wider East Asian Seas region are not only faced with this major transboundary challenge of plastic pollution, but they can and should also be at the heart of the solution. Only if we mobilize stakeholders across all sectors in this region, from business to consumers to governments, can we make a dent in this plastic pollution that we face collectively at the national, regional, and global level. If you recall, in her keynote speech, Kirsten Hughes, director of the Global Plastic Action Partnership and member of the Executive Committee of the World Economic Forum, highlighted the need to focus on a holistic regional circularity model and financial and economic incentives for an effective, legally binding instrument on plastic pollution. In the panel, our regional level speakers representing the private sector, science and research community, and youth emphasized the importance of inclusive solutions and civil society engagement. They mentioned that an international instrument should protect all workers in the value chain, the plastic value chain, including informal waste workers, and consider gender equality and equity. We heard that the availability of data technology transfer and financing mechanisms will be key to build capacity and create the change we need. In one of the takeaway messages from yesterday was that the SMEs play an important role in leading the way, and it is important to support the ongoing innovation and provide an enabling environment through tools such as policy development and finance measures. We heard from very innovative solutions to prevent plastic waste, from nature-based packaging to transformation of marine litter into useful products, to refill networks for home care and personal care products, to clean drinking water solutions that avoid plastic bottles. All in all, I think the discussions were very exciting and encouraging. Next slide, please. Today we have another very interesting day where we will have an opportunity to learn a bit more about inclusive and collaborative solutions from different parts of Southeast Asia that leave no one behind. We will also have an opportunity to discuss a crucial yet often overlooked aspect of beating plastics pollution and building a circular plastics economy. How can we ensure that solutions that are truly inclusive and respect the human right to a safe and clean environment? We will also hear from experts and businesses on how a human rights-based and a gender-responsive approach to plastic circularity can create transformative change. We will also have a chance to hear about the plastic solutions that have made good progress through collaborative efforts with academia, local governments, and other actors in the field. I think you can remove the slides now, but I just wanted to end with a bigger picture in terms of regional and global action. With less than a week to go before the stakeholders and member countries get together in Uruguay to negotiate the first steps, a legally binding instrument to beat plastic pollution at its source, this Sea of Solutions event can highlight key issues for discussion and showcase how local solutions, national efforts, and regional priorities can all help us achieve these global goals. I remember our UNEP executive director when she visited Bangkok recently. She had a very interesting analogy where she talked about if you forget to turn off the tap in the kitchen and then you have to come back, the first thing you do when you come back is you actually turn off the tap. And that's what we need to do before we start cleaning up and addressing this issue. And in fact, as we heard, and we know the region is very vulnerable to marine litter and plastic pollution. Nearly half of the world's plastic is produced here, 49%, but there is also great potential and will for action across all the stakeholders. In this busy space, coordination, knowledge exchange, partnerships will be crucial moving forward toward an effective and inclusive international instrument on plastic pollution. I'm sure that this region can be a trailblazer for innovative, and we have heard and will hear the number of different solutions, innovative solutions, and evidence-based action. So I really encourage all of you and us to explore these partnerships, coordinate efforts, and replicate the good practices in tackling this transboundary challenge. The Sea Circular project and this event is really an example of stakeholders can come together to share and promote solutions right across the plastic value chain. So not just a sea of solutions, but perhaps an ocean of solutions. So with that, thank you once again to everyone, all our partners, speakers, and participants for joining us. And let me hand it back to Erin to kick off the start for day 2. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mahesh, for your warm welcome and for summarizing day 1 and also outlining what to expect for today's program. Before you leave, could I actually ask you to stay here for a moment for a quick photo opportunity? So if we could spotlight the two of us and if we could smile in 3, 2, 1, and another one, 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mahesh. Thank you. Now, moving on to the next segment of this program, yesterday we had the pleasure of hearing from 4 exemplary solutions from the region working to beat plastic pollution. And today we will hear from 8 more organizations. We are excited to present our second theme for the spotlighted organizations, inclusion. Inclusion across the plastic value chain entails the empowerment of marginalized groups and communities. Spotlighted organizations under the inclusion theme have advanced circularity with the principle of inclusivity built into their operations. Not only have these solutions alleviated the environmental consequences of plastic pollution, but they have also sought to optimize social equity. Before we move into the presentations, we will play an introductory video to this theme. Please enjoy.
idea of connecting informal waste picker, connecting villages, connecting households and government, international organizations, businesses, solutions, bring everyone together into one solution, one system that works together. And we managed to create a system that's connecting the dots between everyone. We collect the plastic, we bring it to us, we organize it, we divide it into different streams of recycling, and by that we can create a bigger impact.
Plastic Bank, we stop ocean plastic and help alleviate poverty by providing an opportunity for the world to collect and exchange plastic as a currency. We build ethical recycling ecosystems within 50 kilometers of coastlines and waterways, where our collection community members gather plastic waste and exchange it at local collection branches for secure income and life-improving benefits.
Trash Lucky incentivizes people to recycle by allowing them to exchange recyclable waste with our lucky draw tickets to win prizes such as gold bullion or shopping vouchers. We know that they love this kind of game of chance, game of fortune, so we want to make recycling fun for these people. Our revenue model is we take the materials the recycling materials that people submit and exchange, we sell those materials into recycling industry. We then take part of the revenue to fund the lucky draw tickets. So given the revenue sharing model, the more trash recycled, the bigger the prize.
Our solution is an upstream approach to addressing plastic pollution in Southeast Asia, reducing plastic at the source at the point of purchase in microenterprises, bearing in mind the inclusion of communities that rely on the convenience and affordability of fast-moving consumer goods. After 21 prototypes, Walausik has demonstrated possibilities of zero waste or circular business models for microenterprises, and through its experience, we can inform other initiatives about the challenges and opportunities in transitioning small businesses to circular practices.
I hope you all enjoyed that video to kickstart our presentations. Like our format yesterday, following these 4 presentations, we will have a Q&A session directed towards all the presenters. If you have any questions, please do place them in the Q&A function throughout the presentations and make sure to indicate who the question is directed to. Without further ado, I would like to introduce our first spotlighted solution and speaker to share about their work. Natapak Atichatikan is co-founder and CEO of Trash Lucky, a novel approach to recycling practices. Nat co-founded Trash Lucky with his dream to see oceans without plastic pollution. Realizing that 20 million Thais spend $8.3 billion annually on the lottery, Nat figured he would leverage on this to stem the plastic leakage into the environment. Over to you, Nat.
Thank you, Erin, and hello, everybody. My name is Nat, and I'm here to share a little bit more in detail about what Trash Lucky does. So just give me 1 second to make this a full screen. Okay. All right, I think the screen should be up now. Okay, so the problem that Trash Lucky is trying to solve is threefold. So the first one is people lack incentive to recycle. In Thailand, less than 25% of plastic waste gets recycled. So, and much like other countries in Southeast Asia, recycling is still reliant on the informal waste collector. And there are 1.5 million of them in Thailand, ranging from the ones who are on foot with a push cart or on tricycle, or moving on up, the ones on truck. These are the people that roam around or drive around the city, blasting a speaker on loudspeakers. They are looking to buy recyclables. So they have to roam around the city. Often they stop between 10 to 20 locations in order to get one truck full of materials. So it's working, but it's still inefficient. Now, all of this leads to a lot of plastic being dumped into the oceans. Thailand is number 6 in dumping plastic waste into the oceans. So our solution is we're building a smart recycling bin infrastructure to connect post-consumer recyclables with independent waste collector. A position in the supply chain is we are in the collecting and aggregating. So people or consumers can drop off the recyclables into our smart bin, and they will get recycling tickets. They will get lucky draw tickets based on the amount and type that they recycle or waste that they recycle. When the bin is full, it will send an alert to our partner waste collector to come and collect and purchase the material from inside. Now, this is the current scope. In the future, we also want to integrate all the way to the recycling factories. So basically working with the local junk shop as well, and people in between, for example, the baler or the shredder before it gets to the recycling factory. Now, for the consumer, we are incentivize them to recycle and making it fun by allowing them to convert recyclable items to lucky draw tickets to winning prizes. We chose this method because we realized that 2 out of 7 or 20 million Thais spend $8.3 billion a year on lottery. So they really love this game of chance. So we figure if we can convert the waste or the recyclable packaging into something of a higher value, perhaps people will change their mindset and start recycling. Trash Lucky. Now we actually accept more than plastic to make the numbers work, to make the business model work. So we actually accept plastic, glass, paper, and metal. We also accept the flexible plastic as well. Now, each type of materials have their own point system. So for example, if you look on the blue circles, 1 kilogram of plastic earns you 20 points, and every 5 points earns you 1 lucky draw ticket. So we do a monthly lucky draw ticket where we give away gold bar, gold bullion as a grand prize, and consolation prize as shopping vouchers. We do approach sponsors that come in and help provide bigger and more amount of prizes. So for example, last year during COVID, we worked with Coca-Cola, who actually sponsor a car for this one lucky winner who recycle the waste. In the same campaign, we also partner with Indorama, which is leading PET manufacturer and recycler, to convert the PET bottles that we recycle into 1,500 PPE suits that were donated to the frontline workers in the 3 southern provinces that were hard hit by COVID during 2021. Now, for the collector side, or the independent waste collector, as I said earlier, they basically are roaming around the city, driving around, looking for the recyclables to buy. So now, with our smart bin being in place, they will receive the alert to collect and buy the material when the bin is full. So basically, they will know the exact location and the exact time when to go. They will also know the amount of materials to be collected beforehand. Therefore, it will help them work more efficiently, decreasing their work time, saving their gas money, and therefore increasing their profits. Right now we're actually starting working with the independent waste collector with trucks, because they're more equipped with the smartphones to receive our full bin alert. But in the future, once we have more funding, we want to work with the tricycle, the independent waste collector on tricycle as well. So our business model is we incentivize people to recycle with the system. They get lucky draw tickets for winning prizes. We then sell the material through the recycling supply chain and take part of revenue to fund the lucky draw prizes. So essentially, it's a revenue sharing business model that we aim to build impact and increase the prize value to ₱1 million level, because we think that once a prize reach that level, we can change the behavior of a nation. At that point, our pitching will be anyone can become a millionaire just by recycling their waste. So far, we work with multiple segments such as residentials, offices, schools, and local communities. So some of the example of projects that we've done, this one we partner up with Thai Union, which is a seafood, canned food manufacturer. We came up with a office recycling program where the staff and the factory workers can recycle materials, and then we convert the PET bottles into these clothing that you can see, the bucket hat, the reflective jacket, and the apron, and donate them to the street sweepers in Bangkok, and also the waste collector on tricycle in Bangkok, as well as dry food. So we're trying to be inclusive of the backbone of the recycling infrastructure in Thailand, who are almost always overlooked, even though they are helping a lot in the recycling ecosystem here. In fact, they're accounted for 75%. In fact, 75% of materials that are recycled in Thailand pass through the informal waste collector. Now, we also do community recycling programs in the local communities in Bangkok. Most often, the participants are the grandmother, like probably age of anywhere between 55 to 70. They're usually the one who are kind of the matriarch of the family, have already retired and stay at home. So they basically have the influence over how the family at home manage their waste. So by working with them, then we can incentivize and their family to recycle, and also educate why it's important to adopt the 3R process, not just recycling, but also reducing and reusing. Now, we're a very small startup, a pre-seed startup. In fact, we only have 3 team members, but we have helped about 1,700 people recycle 150 tons so far, and we want to grow and do more of this. Now, the main challenge of collecting and aggregating recyclables is obviously the logistic, especially when your revenue model is to sell the recycled materials that often fetch very low value. We actually, our journey actually started with incentivizing people to ship the material to us. We figured that if the incentive was high enough, as in the price in Lucky Draw is high enough, people will be willing to ship. Now, what we learned through member surveys, that, well, the incentive is good, but we cannot run the recycling program with incentive alone. We need to provide people with convenience as well. And that's why we moved to installing basic bins in communities such as schools, local communities, residential, the private residential communities, for example. Now, this also provides the convenience for the people in community. However, the limitation is scaling. With this basic bin, we can only place them in private communities where people are more aware of the materials, and we have low risk of getting non-wanted items such as food waste. And that's why we're moving into the smart bins system. It's almost like a reverse vending machine that you have to log in. So therefore, it prevents people from putting in food waste or unwanted materials, as well as preventing people from taking the material out. So far, we this year actually this earlier this month, actually, we have just finished placing about 24 just basic bins across Bangkok. So I think we're very excited about finally having enough coverage for people within in Bangkok to drop off their materials at Shell gas station as well as Lotus hypermarket. And our goal is to manufacture more of the smart bins and install them into various communities to make it easier for people to recycle. So if you know of anyone who can host our drop-off bins, if you know of investor or if you know of sponsor who would like to join our quest in creating an oceans without plastic, please do reach out. And if you want to follow more of our story, you can scan this QR code or visit any of our channels here. Thank you very much, and over to you, Erin.
Thank you so much, Nat, for your interesting presentation and for sharing with us about Trash Lucky's unique way to encourage recycling practices. Moving on, I'm excited to invite our next presenter, Dave Albao, Executive Director of the Philippine Reef and Rainforest Conservation Foundation, to share about Wala Usik, a micro-enterprise-driven inclusive solution to zero waste communities. Dave is a graduate of the Swedish Institute Management Program on Sustainable Business, a Governor's Conservation Achievement Awardee, and a Gen T Leader of Tomorrow named by Tatler Asia for his work on Nature Conservancy. Over to you, Dave.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, I guess, in the Philippines and in Thailand and everywhere else. I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to speak about a micro-enterprise project that we have started in the Philippines. Just verifying you can see my screen. Erin?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, so the name of the enterprise is Wala Usik. It means nothing is wasted. Those are two words in our local language. We are redesigning sari-sari stores to address consumers' dependence on sachets. So if you're familiar with sari-sari stores, these are community stores or convenience stores that are almost at every corner in the Philippines. I am from the Philippine Reef and Rainforest Conservation Foundation, and I'm happy to be here today. Our problem in the Philippines, and I guess a lot of the Southeast Asian countries also have similar statistics. We estimate that there are 1.3 million sari-sari stores. So basically, these are micro enterprises that pop up in every corner of the street. There are, as I've said, 1.3 million. That's a lot of stores. There's 164 million pieces of sachets that are being discarded in the Philippines every day. And if you look at the photo background, you can see that almost every product comes in these single-use plastic packaging or multi-layered flexible material. 46% of all fast-moving consumer goods are sold in these stores. So the impact of, the fact that the sari-sari stores are a lot is not a problem, but the dependence on sachets is very high. But at the same time, there's a problem of blaming these the sectors that consume these kind of products because of their socioeconomic capacity limits. You know, they are not able or enabled. They are not enabled to buy in bulk or more sustainably. So usually the burden is being passed to these sectors, and of course that is not equitable. Even for advocates like us, we can't blame that particular sector. Their own health and livelihood and food security are being threatened by plastic pollution, and we've seen in our work that these three issues really matter to them. But the lack of an enabling environment and accessible supply chain inhibits them to break free from sachets. So our mission is to redesign the sari-sari store to reduce and eliminate sachets and single-use plastics. So our foundation is a nonprofit, so we have had projects since the last 4 years to provide financial and technical support to existing sari-sari stores and micro enterprises to prototype waste reduction schemes, mechanisms, technologies, and transition to circular practices. So you can see in the picture, obviously the one thing that that everyone starts with is refilling, micro refilling. And the difference between refilling in the nicer stores is that these products should be distributed, or sorry, it should be dispensed in lower volumes with lower price points so that they can compete with sachets. But of course, this is a prototyping project. We've supported them for transition and upfront costs and understanding, basically having inclusive empathy for small business owners and end consumers to understand why we can't, get out of that dependence on these single-use plastic packaging. Other than micro refilling, we have also explored alternative and native packaging, shared reuse systems, and deposit return schemes. And we looked into how we can enable this further, especially making sure that these models do make money for the small business owners. But in the meantime, our project was supporting them in this transition. How do we do it? We use design thinking for sure in this process. So you start with empathy. And I think this is one of the main things that you probably, I hope that you remember from this presentation, is that inclusion starts, of course, with empathizing, understanding the circumstances of for example, the end consumers who buy the sachets, and also the business owners why they can't stop selling them. And then understanding these circumstances will also help them co-design the solution with us. We are we advocate much that we don't want to push the designs, but actually draw them out from the community. Prototyping is to build models with technical and financial assistance from partners to explore waste reduction approaches and community buy-in. This photo in the middle is a photo of a dispenser designed by Nestle. It was one of the first tests of these dispensers in micro enterprises. Basically, they're replacing single-use sachets for powdered coffee. But it's an electronic dispenser, so we've also, of course, with a test, which is the third phases of initiatives, is we saw that business owners do care when the dispenser is connected to the electricity. A lot of these micro enterprises do not have the ability to pay more than they already are doing for their power bills. So when we test, we say we monitor the waste being prevented from potentially entering the ocean through the purchasing behavior of the community. If they were able to buy this certain volume in total for a month, how much sachets have we potentially prevented from entering the ocean? That's a statistic that we have tried to monitor and create a framework so that others can also try to do that. Of course, open still to feedback, and we're all learning. This is not a perfect transition, but I think we've gathered much insights because we've worked with 21 Walausik micro enterprises. So these are existing sari-sari stores, but also we've expanded to small eateries, cafes, restaurants, both in the Davao and Negros regions. Happy to connect to anyone who is in the area. Also, a lot of the work that we're doing is based on consultations or dependent on consultations from different sectors, especially the MSME sectors, and also, of course, consumers reached. And so far in the test periods, this is not the entire period, but it's an average of 7 months per MSME. There's 100,000 pieces of plastic packaging prevented. As you notice, these multi-layered flexibles are smaller, lighter. So in kilograms, that's not as much volume being diverted. There's also 18 sustainable products or packaging concepts that were developed and assisted through hackathons for alternative packaging. There's 12 schemes, technologies, and mechanisms that can reduce single-use plastic. And we have a toolkit that documents some of these, and I could share them to the group. Challenges, let me know if I'm running out of time, but supply chain is number one. Whoever wants to reduce waste from the MSME sector needs to make sure that supply chains are present. So this is the number one issue that the sari-sari store owners, they're dependent on distributors that are, of course, delivering FMCG in single-use plastic. Consumer behavior and preferences, including for specific brands. So in our experience, they want the brands to have the alternatives as well. So this is something that's insightful for many of our partners who are brands. Then also prohibitive instead of enabling regulatory environment. What does this mean? The regulatory environment sometimes, instead of promoting circularity, it is creating prohibitive regulatory environment, meaning it's limiting how we can, for example, when you're refilling. And this is also one challenge below is sanitation hygiene is of course questioned in circular business models, and this is understandable. But sometimes the policy does not allow for prototyping or for trying to solve this problem. The pandemic, of course, continuously causing disruptions, and also we've learned that compostability is preferred or most preferred by business owners, meaning they want to change the material and not the process, right? Meaning it's less effort for them to just change the material. But this is not standardized nor regulated, so that's a challenge. I think I'll end there. Thank you for listening. Again, we are redesigning sari stores, but at the same time, small micro enterprises, understanding their pain points and seeing what solutions we can work with them to address their concerns first, and then reduce plastic pollution with those interventions. I think that's something that I'd like to end with, that inclusion is, of course, understanding the people and not necessarily just blaming them for their behavior. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dave, for sharing about Wala Usik and this model, a very important model of empowering and enabling sari store owners and other micro enterprises to move towards more circular practices. Moving forward, we have two more organizations to share about their solutions under this inclusion theme. A reminder here that if you have any questions, please place them in the Q&A function, and we will get to them at the end of the next two presentations. I'm excited to now invite Barak Eckstein, CEO and founder of Tontoton, to share about their community-based plastic credit solution, a holistic attempt to make coastlines plastic-free. For the past 15 years, Barak has been developing initiatives to reduce disposable plastics, promote public awareness of environmentally friendly products and services, and founded Tontoton, a certified plastic credit system that treats ocean-bound, non-recyclable plastics. Over to you, Barak.
Thank you very much, Erin. I will share my screen real quick. And thank you everyone for being here. So I will present what Tontoton does in order to fight a problem that we find that mismanaged and open link in the chain. Basically how to leave no one and nothing behind when we're dealing with plastic waste in the environment. So the problem that we're seeing, I'm sure you saw these pictures before. It's very common in a lot of coastal areas in Southeast Asia. The reason for that are multiplied from different overconsumption and poor waste management and so on. But what we can see here in this picture, it's different type of plastic. We see plastic bottles, which are viable, and see some fishing net and HDPE and LDPE. Some are degrade, cannot be recycled, and some are still good, and it's over there and nobody will pick it up, and then the industry basically can come to the rescue and collect, and then a company can come and say, okay, we will create a new collection, let's say, a new line of products from ocean material, ocean bond material, paying premium for that, and then they send their waste pickers and they will collect the plastic. And then the plastic will start to be collected. So this is, for example, how area we look after the waste pickers, informal waste pickers collect all the value material, and then the company can use it for their product and campaign. There is one plastic bottle that left here, but beside of that, there is a plastic bag with flip-flops and different packaging and wrappers that cannot be recycled, and then therefore will not be collected. So we have a problem that we call those materials orphan plastic, because nobody will collect them, not the authorities, not the waste management companies, and not the industry, because cannot be recycled. So we just left over there to the villages to live with, and to the ocean and the environment. And it's a result of selective collecting of value material only. And what we're trying to do to solve this problem is to move from selective collecting to more complete and comprehensive collecting of all type of materials, leaving nothing behind, basically. And we can do it with a combination of using value material for production, but on the same time collect the low-value, mismanaged post-consumer plastic from the environment. And what we developed is a system that through a certified plastic credit system, companies can support the collection of those materials, and then we will find a solution for them and remove them from the environment, and eventually we can get a clean environment when we collect all. And now the selective collecting is running for so many years already, and that's why we cannot stop the low value from entering the environment and polluting villages and so on. So to do that, we build a social system, a network of informal waste pickers. They join us under a certified system, and then they can collect the plastic, bring it to us, or we will go to take it from them, and eventually create more jobs and find more solutions for everyone. Now, the inclusive idea is to deal with this problem. We cannot do it alone. We said that it's take a village to clean a village. And therefore, we need a community involvement to start with. So it's not a company that's coming to clean their village, but they are participating, they're stop littering, and they're collecting by themselves. Now, we learned that there is like a 20, 30, 50 model kind of in the villages. It's 20% that really care about the environment and will collect and will do everything. 30% will say, okay, we can do it if someone else will do it as well. But by ourselves, we will not start, and 50% just don't care. And our mission is to make it like 50-50 solid, and then engage and bring more people into our camp, our side, and stop littering. We do it with awareness campaign and education in the villages and in the city places that we are working at. We need more applicable circular economy, like some that we saw yesterday and today, that can work in those areas, and more technologies to deal with large quantities of low-value plastic, especially, and then the financial support to do this, and the acknowledge of the industry and other institutes that selective collection, it's part of the big problem. Eventually, to create a solution for all type of materials, from the point that we're being able to collect them and to treat them later on. So the project have a very strong community impact. We work in the villages with the villagers. Until today, we created more than 450 jobs. People that were unemployed and find their good income in the system. We also give them the ability to come and to join us. They just need to be adults and healthy and willing. We have trucks that go to pick up from the communities if they don't have the trucks to bring it to us, and then all types of materials of plastic are acceptable from certain areas that we are defining, and then we can see raising in income. We see as a result better livelihood. We see kids go more to school. We work directly with childcare NGOs to deal with the families, and eventually there is a very strong impact. It's a very social program that works. Until today, we collected a bit more than 2,400 tons of low-value plastic mismanaged that wouldn't go out unless we would remove it. It's all in the nature, not in landfills, just on the coastline between villages and so on. We see a very strong reduction of household. What they're reporting. We do a lot of surveys and get to know each waste pickers and the people we are working with inside the villages, and to see how their behavior change and what their problem, what they need. So we see like less dumping, less burning, and reducing of consumption of plastic, because they care, because they say, okay, there is a solution and we understand. So there is something to do, there is hope, and it's a great thing, and it's bring more and more cooperation. Now, for some of the villages, after we remove like around 600 tons from there, we keep seeing them being dirty and polluted daily. And the reason that there is a selective waste management system running by a private company, so you need to pay for this. It's not mandatory. If you want to pay, if you can pay, you will, and then they will take the waste from you. If not, so they simply will not, and a lot just simply cannot pay or choose not to. And then there is no waste management in your house, so you keep littering over and over. So we start to work directly with the households and try to turn the plastic from the ability that they need to pay for someone to take it into an asset, so they can collect it, and then we will come there and take it. And by that way, we can basically save the value of the plastic. This is example of like household look like, and this is things that we collect like from the same village after a few months in nature. So it's completely non-recyclable. There is only one solution for it. So the household segregation works very well. It's growing quite fast. We give to each house a green bag and a white bag. The white bag is for plastic bottles. It has higher value, so we pay and buy all types of plastic, and the green bag is all other types of materials. They not just collecting their own, but also from the street around. And then the village becomes cleaner and cleaner, what we haven't been able to do for the last months that we are just cleaning. So the solution is to work together, environment cleaning plus household segregation. So it's worked very good and more and more. We do a lot of awareness campaigns. We go from villages, meeting with families, usually unemployed, living in extreme poverty situations. So we offer them to join us. We explain about the plastic problem, how they can support, how can stop littering and having a better life. So it's running and continuing. We do it in schools and in the villages, and more joining. What to do with all those plastic? It's non-recyclable, it's low grade. So we build a sorting line in our facility. This is the facility in Sihanoukville in Cambodia. So we build a sorting line where we divide the plastic, sort it into recyclable. So plastic bottles, HDP, LDP will sell to recyclers. If it's non-recyclable and it's clean, we develop our own recycling or upcycling system, which we create building materials, bringing it back to the community. Around 60% of them, of our waste pickers and family that we are working with, reported on broken houses, leaking roofs, and so on. So we can create new boards, plastic boards basically, and roof tiles, and bring it back to them to fix their houses. And then dirty and low quality, too low material will go to co-processing using as alternative energy to coal in cement factories. So what we can bring to the market, our business model, is basically we can offer the certified OBP material, PET, HDP, LDP, and so on. But it comes together with the plastic credit system, together with collecting all. So by a certified process, if we collect 1 ton or you're using 1 ton, so we will remove also 1 ton of plastic. Now, it's very important to understand it's not the neutrality idea. It's not about offsetting your plastic footprint. It's not about neutral your plastic footprint. It's about neutral the idea of the selective collecting, and about collect everything and create more environmental justice for the villages that we are working with and for all. And there is a different way how to address it in companies' marketing as a responsible plastic credit, or just adding impact into your product. So this is what we are doing. Our goals now, we are growing in Cambodia mostly, aiming to reach to 2,500 households, which we can get like the clean, separate material for recycling, increase our network, and then open more PET collecting centers all across the country with big capacity basically of treating, recycling, and upcycling, and basically build more facilities for producing building materials. That's what we are doing right now in order to bring it back to the community, building more schools and so on. Our our challenges, basically, it's to develop in the country. There is a lack of infrastructure. There is a problem of transportation. There is no recyclers in high level in Cambodia. So we need to create our own and export some of the material that can be worked. So there is a problem of the supply chain. So basically, we need to create everything. We have good support from Minister of Environment and UNDP and other organizations that we are working with inside, but still, and getting the funds through the plastic credit system to continue to treat the low value plastic and not just the value as the industry doing today. Thank you very much. So please feel free to contact us for any of the things that we can offer or any cooperation. We will be very happy. It's easy to find us in LinkedIn or through our website. It's a pleasure. Back to you, Erin.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Barak, for sharing about Tontoton and of course, the importance of leaving no one and nothing behind across the plastic value chain. Next up, last but definitely not least, we have our final presentation for the inclusion theme. I would now like to invite Joash Paragas, Operations Manager of Plastic Bank, to share about sustainable and ethical collection infrastructure for plastics, a model for inclusion within circular economies. Joash spearheads the organization's community partnerships program across 3 continents with the mission to educate and engage households to stop ocean-bound plastic from leaking into our seas. Over to you, Joash.
Hi, good day to everyone. Hi, I'm Josh. And I'm here to show you how a circular business model and technology empower plastic circularity through inclusive collection infrastructures in local communities. So we all know that the world is drowning in plastic waste, and all of us here are familiar with this problem. Plastic pollution is overwhelming, it's complicated and multifaceted. It has polluted to something that every hand from every sector on this planet needs to be doing something about. So the most important question to ask is, how do we include everyone to stop marine plastic pollution? Gold lies beneath our feet. So this is the pitch we widely use in plastic bags, like prophets telling people what they miss. So we believe that perception is powerful. The way we perceive the world and the things around us affects our response, our behavior, and our habits. So Plastic Bank believes that protecting our oceans from plastic should start by changing the way people perceive plastic and our relation to it. We need to respect its power to destroy the balance found in nature, and at the same time, be inspired by the change its inherent value can offer to the world. So by changing people's perception about plastic, people will start seeing its worth and stop it before it reaches the ocean, because plastic shouldn't make its way to the ocean in the first place. So Plastic Bank is a global movement of ocean stewards focused on stopping ocean-bound plastic. We put all of our efforts on creating change at the source of plastic pollution, which is the communities that we operate in. And we have revolutionized the circular economy. Our recycling ecosystems empower communities and are ethical. We build recycled plastic value chains in local poor communities by integrating local collectors and waste pickers as community members, thus professionalizing their role in the waste industry. Our value chain help our community members increase their income by as much as 33% by providing above market standard prices and incentivizing their collection. Then on top of this, our community members receive microinsurance, access to fintech technology, and values trainings that improve their self-worth, as well as financial and business training to help them escape out of poverty. Our strong internal policies also ensure that no child or forced labor or fraud ever happens on the ground. All of Plastic Bank's impact is accurately tracked using blockchain. So whether you are a brand partner or a community member, you are able to make and track your impact from your phone through Plastic Bank's proprietary app, which we call Alchemy. because we are turning plastic into impact that betters the world. So through our ethical and sustainable recycling supply chain, through Alchemy, our premium recycled plastic, which we call social plastic, provides authenticity for global brands in their environmental claims and brand narratives, thus more powerfully influencing consumers to make better choices. So on top of the above standard market value for every kilogram of plastic, our collection members also receive bonuses for the materials they collect, which help them provide basic family necessities. Plastic Bank is working to advance the following UN SDGs through our impact programs, social plastic, and community activation in various countries. So we are directly contributing to no poverty, good health and well-being, gender equality, decent work and economic growth, reduced inequalities, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, life below water, and partnerships for the goals. However, by collaborating with over 200 partners and community organizations on the ground, we are able to indirectly deliver on 17 out of the 17 UN SDGs, a testament to Plastic Bank's core value of co-creation. And here are two of our community members. They're from Indonesia who have benefited from the Plastic Bank ecosystem. So we find people like Budiono, whose family got caught in a tight spot during the pandemic, but by collecting plastic was able to afford rice so that his family can eat. Then we have Wati, a laborer in the local market who found another stable income stream by selling 20 kilograms of plastic every week so she can afford medical treatment and help pay for her grandkids' school tuition. So Budiono and Wati are just two of our more than 24,000 collection members living below poverty line who experienced 33% increase in their income upon becoming an ocean steward with Plastic Bank. Plastic Bank helps fight social inequality not only by having higher market value and incentives for their plastic, but we go beyond and assist our community members to have their own IDs and covered by microinsurance, and with our staff's help, given access to ethical financial services for the first time in their lives. For most of our members, these opportunities are major milestones that act as beacons of hope. Plastic Bank does all this guided by a core value of love. So it doesn't matter who you are, the Plastic Bank ecosystem ensures that all of our stakeholders get the value out of every plastic they hold in their hands. Households, collectors, businesses, processors, producers alike, they form part of a circular chain that reveals value at every step for everyone. By making sure that worth is revealed for everyone, not only do poor communities experience life improving impact from plastic, but businesses are able to thrive as well, thus effectively transitioning today's society and economy to a sustainable and ethical circular economy. This is Plastic Bank's way of stopping plastic pollution while impacting. So here's a snapshot of the impact Plastic Bank has since starting in 2013. We have more than 600 collection branches with over 1,061 world-class processing partners, 24,000 collection members, and all of them together have prevented 72,000 tons of plastic from entering our oceans, the equivalent of 3.3 billion plastic bottles. We are also continually growing our network of partnerships with government schools and faith partners to help us exponentially spread the gospel of the circular economy and raise a new generation that speaks the language of the regenerative society. For challenges, we found two considerations that are relevant in the assignment. First is the limited access to smartphone technology for society's poor. Since our business is hinged on our blockchain technology, it has become natural for our country teams to find practical solutions surrounding the issue of access to smartphones. This is also made possible with the support lent by our partners, both institutional and corporate, who have also taken our vision by heart. Another consideration is the reality of child labor in Southeast Asia. Plastic Bank ensures that our supply chain is child-free, meaning children are not employed in any way in any of our collection centers. Our technology has a strict age verification process that makes sure no child is exploited in our system. All of our partners strictly adhere and sign a code of conduct for them to better understand what the ethos Plastic Bank stands for. So this has been our journey so far since we started in 2013, from ideation, piloting, researching, testing, launching, upgrading, accelerating, scaling. We are now ready to expand to other plastic pollution hotspots in the world, to find and gather ocean stewards to help build a stronger, regenerative society, resulting to a better life for all. And Plastic Bank is growing. We are continually learning. And our audacious goal is to impact 1 billion people around the world by continually driving transparency, traceability, scalability, and inclusivity in our work of transitioning the world to a fully circular economy. It is possible. Thank you, everyone, for listening.
Thank you, Josh, for your inspiring presentation and for sharing more about your organization. So I can see that many of you have asked questions in the Q&A function, and also there's a lot of interesting discussions going on in the chat box. So if I could just ask all the presenters to turn on their videos again, and we'll bring you all back on stage for the Q&A session from the audience here. So like I said, there's quite a lot of questions coming in from the audience, so I'll try to get through as many questions as possible. Okay, so let's just get right into it. Maybe I'll start with Nat, since you were the first one to present as well. We have a question here that's come from the audience, and that is, what is the difference between Trash Lucky and existing informal collectors? Do you think Trash Lucky would take out income opportunities from existing informal collectors?
Sure, the difference is that today, and how it has been for the past 30, 40 years, the informal waste collector basically do not know where to go to get the materials. So they basically just roam around or drive around the city, blasting their loudspeakers that they're looking for materials. So what we do is we're trying to improve the efficiency of their working. So with the smart bin, the smart recycling bin infrastructure in place, it will alert and tell them where exactly and when exactly to go collect and the amount of material, so they know before they go. And we design the bin capacity so that when they go, they're guaranteed a truck full of materials. So therefore, we're able to save them time, gas money, and therefore increasing their profit.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing that answer. I'll move now to Dave. Another question that's come from the audience here is, how do you deal with behavior change amongst a community that is so used to the convenience of the sachet model?
Such a challenging question. I'm still trying to answer that up to this day. I truly believe that if it makes business sense for the small business owner, and if it is financially viable and accessible for the consumer, then you can change behavior. I know that could sound like a very pragmatic answer, but judging from what I've seen on the ground, the environmental sustainability perspective is not something that they immediately embrace, because for them, what matters is how they are able to exist on the wages that they have or the money that they have on day to day, and sometimes it's hand to mouth. Meaning they are not able to plan their finances, in a longer term, because they're as for example for fishers in the community, they're used to going out to the sea, get fish and catch and bring back for money. So with all that said, they're trapped in that cycle, and to ask them to change their behavior without addressing that aspect of their lives, that cyclical dependence on sachets, then it's not equitable. It's not going to work either. I mean, that is at least from what I saw, and that's why we're still trying to, crack the code for behavior change. I feel like the economic aspect of reward is going to be the main driver.
Right. Thank you so much, Dave. I'll move on now to Barack. This is another question that has come from Alicia Lowe in the audience. So she asks that you mentioned that because of the lack of recyclers in Cambodia, some of the collected trash is exported. Where is it exported to? What is the percentage of local recycling towards exported recycling? And how do you ensure that no plastic is leaked in the process of export?
Thank you. So basically, we export about 70% of the value material. All the non-value is treated locally, of course. We cannot export it anywhere. It's become more difficult to export plastic waste today. For example, from Cambodia to Thailand. So Thailand is banned exporting from 2025, but still now it's also almost impossible to export. So mostly exported to the US and some to Indonesia and other treated locally in Phnom Penh for plastic bottles. All the plastic, we have baler machines and shredders and crushers. So we treat the plastic in-house. So everything is packed or in a bale or in a jumbo bags and loaded into a container. So it's move close and very safely until the destination, and then only will open at the destination in the factory where the recycler is or the buyer. So there is no any possibility of leakage of in any way.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing your answer. I'll move on now to Josh. Another question here that's come from the audience, and this audience member has asked you to share a little bit more about your business model and whether you focus more in collecting the waste or processing it.
Yeah, so our business model is focused on setting up sustainable value chains of recycled plastic. We close the gap of the circular economy by stringing together local communities, collectors, junk shops, aggregators, processors, and producers. By doing so, producers can be confident of replacing virgin plastic with recycled plastic because our feedstock is sustainable and at the same time is ethical. It impacts the local communities their recycled plastic can come from.
Thank you. Thanks, Josh. Thank you so much. I'll move on now. We have time for more questions for all the presenters. So I'll go back maybe to the beginning to Nat. And I can see Nat has been very active as well in the Q&A function, so that's great. Maybe I saw an interesting question here that I think you've already answered in the Q&A chat box, but I'll bring it out for the wider audience to see as well. And that is from Amika, who asked, is there any ways for those who don't have access to smartphones to get the prize and join Trash Lucky? And do you have plans to expand it to the south of Thailand?
So yes, for both. And many of the aunties in the local communities in Bangkok that recycle with Trash Lucky do not have smartphones, but they still recycle with us because they can do so through the community leaders. Community leaders always have a smartphone. So by working with the community leaders, we're able to register an account on behalf of the aunties and then send them their data through the local community. So the local community leader acts like a liaison representative. So we would, and yes, we would like to expand bigger in Bangkok and also in southern part of Thailand. We're doing a pilot project now in Surat Thani with UNDP actually, but it's just still a very small pilot in a local university.
Great. Thank you so much for your sharing. I'll move back to Dave now. So Dave, somebody from the audience has asked, what sort of initiatives were identified during the design thinking stage and other workshops to address the hygiene concern?
Right. So definitely the prototyping revealed challenges when it comes to refilling models. So for those who are interested in these upstream innovations, meaning we're reducing the packaging at the very source, hygiene would be a concern if there is a transfer that is happening in the consumer point. You know, when you have a nozzle from a dispenser and you pour a liquid product, or sometimes even solid products, you have the ability to contaminate the nozzle and in turn the contents of it. There's also impacts from moisture, humidity, dust, presence of pests like ants and rats. Also temperature, if it's too hot in the Philippines, even sunlight can affect the quality of the product. And this is all nightmares for fast-moving consumer goods producers, because they don't want their products to have less quality. And this is one pain point that producers are see, multinational producers see. So anyway, we have tried to address hygiene problems with ideas like containers that could not be tampered with. Like if it is some sort of a canister or cartridge that goes into this dispenser where you don't, it's not easy to contaminate. This means that the refilling might happen in a central facility. I don't know if this makes sense to everyone, but basically you're building the supply chain that is comparable to how you purchase water now, drinking water. I don't know in your country, but we do have these water refilling stations. They are refilling stations, but their design is actually something that we want to see in the space of personal and home care products. In volumes, again, very important, in volumes and price points that are similar to sachets. Otherwise, if they're more expensive, if it, the inconvenience of bringing a container to the refilling station and stuff like that, we will not be able to see that. So anyway, in terms of hygiene, this is something very controversial in the cosmetics industry, of course. We see regulatory bodies like the FDA in the Philippines still having a hard time debating on the guidelines, but we feel like there are solutions. If we can design spaceships to the moon, we should be able to design systems that that keep the sanitation and hygiene standards while you're still dispensing from refillery.
Great, thank you so much for that answer. So I'll move back to Barak now, and actually I think this follows on a little bit from the question that I asked previously, and also follows on from the answer that you provided before. Again, this is from the audience, from somebody called Grant, who asked, what recyclables are you able to send to the USA, and what happens within Cambodia to the non-recyclable items that have been collected?
To USA, we're sending mostly PET, plastic bottles, to use as a bottle-to-bottle solution. Inside Cambodia, and this is what we are focusing mainly, it's the low-value, the non-recyclable plastic. So we're developing in-house today a complete system to create building materials, roof tiles, and blocks made of 100% recycled plastic in order to create from those non-recyclable materials a complete housing system, affordable housing that will go back to the community, and we can create additional community centers and that they need. A lot of the people, around 6 million, living without electricity, without toilet facilities. 80% of the Cambodian living outside the big cities. There's a lot of people with lands, but without proper houses. They don't have money to build it. To build houses, it's too expensive. And through this plastic credit system and the production line that we are creating right now, we can support them. And I think it's good with the material that are too degrade and cannot be used. We're sending to cement factories using a co-processing system. It's a way that the cement factories can replace coal by plastic waste, extract the energy, and use the ash as raw material, basically recycle it into the final cement. We have some great research that shows that there is no additional toxin, no additional pollution. It's actually reducing environmental impact. But our first priority right now is to develop the recycling into building materials in large scale. Now, it's very important to understand that the solution must match the scale of the problem. So we need solution for large quantities. We need to be able to treat in-house or with our partners 100, 200, 500 tons monthly. And then we need to select very, very carefully the solution that we are investing in.
Thank you. Thanks, Barak. I have one final question for Josh before I pose a closing question for all the speakers here. So Josh, I really enjoyed in your presentation, you shared the stories of two individuals from Indonesia that your organization has helped. And along those lines, we have a question from the audience here, and they ask, how do you ensure that all critical and unique roles by everyone in the value chain is playing their roles and ensuring the implementation of a circular economy model within their countries?
Yeah, so our country teams are structured in a way they deal with different partners. So our teams, we have teams that deal with processors. We have teams that go to the communities and take care of our collectors. But we also have teams that sales team deal with the producer, our clients. So by doing this focus, that we are able to really make sure that everyone understands the role that they play in the large chain of recycled plastic, the plastic bags.
Thank you, Josh, and thank you so much to all the presenters for answering the questions so far. I think we have time for one more closing question that I'll pose to all the presenters here. So the question is, and this has come from the audience as well, is what are your expectations on the upcoming INC to develop an international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, you know, from the perspectives of your organizations, maybe with specific reference as well to the theme that you've presented under, which is inclusion. So maybe Nat, we can start with you.
Well, for me, I hope that more discussion can be generated among the world leader, and Thailand can learn from countries that have already implemented successful EPR, extended producer responsibility system, so that we can adopt the model that will work, that will place more responsibility on the producer to share the responsibility of cleaning up all the packaging.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Dave, maybe over to you.
I always ask who has the power and the money to transition. Would it be the small business owner that receives these supplies already in, you know, an established supply chain, or would it be the big corporations that have more margin for research and development? So I believe that the international policy, as Nat has mentioned, extended producer responsibility is something new in the Philippines, you know, in our country itself, but in the region, it is something that we'd like to see, because a lot of these products are international and they get imported. But actually, what's more important for our community are the upstream innovations, meaning the upstream solutions. How do we prevent the production of single-use plastic and packaging anyway? And that requires, and a lot of the EPR initiatives right now are more downstream. And that is of course okay, because you're keeping the materials in loop. But what about reduction initiatives? Sometimes that is not in emphasis, but in fact it's, you know, on top of the waste reduction waste hierarchy is to reduce by design any plastic. So I hope to see that in the international binding policies. But thank you for giving us an opportunity to show our local humble effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Dave. Over to you, Barak.
Thank you. I think that simply new models need to be adapted. We need to spot the problems, that we created until now with the comfort of making money, and different environmental and social aspects to come before and together with the financial system. Eventually, we need to create a movement that it's more inclusion with more parts from the economy and society. It needs to come from the top down, but actually it's coming from down to up, leading by the consumers. So companies take action and basically to move out of our comfort zone and create new models. This is what needed to be, and right here, right now, I think that this is the call of the hour. We need to adapt things that we can do immediately and not thinking 10 years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Over to you, Josh.
Yeah. So yeah, we're very excited about it. With the plastic treaty, it puts pressure on governments to confront plastic pollution head on. But it all boils down to local implementation, hoping that the governments will focus more on upstream solutions, especially for developing countries, especially in the ASEAN region, where we have a lot of the informal sector, waste industry. We need to include this and empower them. So there should be larger focus also to implement. The implementing rules should focus on regulations that put non-negotiable pressures on producers while empowering the informals.
Thank you, Josh, for your answer to that. And again, thank you so much to our presenters for answering those questions, and of course to our audience for participating in the Q&A session as well. And again, I'd just like to thank you, Nat, Dave, Barak, and Josh for sharing about your inclusive work and your organization. So before you go, could I ask that we stay here just for a moment for a quick photo opportunity here? So we'll smile in 3, 2, and 1, and one more time, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you so much. Thank you again for your presentations and for taking the time to join us today. So to continue our program for today, I am now excited to introduce our last plenary session for this 2-day event. It is my pleasure to welcome Ellen Gidloff, Associate Program Officer, Human Rights and Environment at the UN Environment Program, who will introduce our keynote speaker for today and moderate our last panel discussion. Ellen has extensive experience of working with the human rights-based approach and the human rights, gender, and environment nexus from the Swedish government and civil society, as well as international field experience attained in Thailand, India, Bangladesh, Kenya, and Romania. A reminder here that after the panel discussion, we'll actually have a Q&A session as well with the panelists. So please do, again, use the Q&A function to drop any questions or any thoughts that you may have as we go along the discussion. I'll pass this over now to you, Ellen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sharon. Thank you also to the audience and all the participants for being here today. And especially thank you to C-Circular team for arranging this very important panel discussion. As mentioned, my name is Ellen. I work specifically with the nexus between human rights, gender and environment at UNEP. And this topic lies very close to my heart as I've been promoting and trying to also live according to a more circular way for many, many years. And I look forward to moderate this session. We have already now heard some great initiatives from Nate, Dave, Barak, and Josh, and I hope that this panel discussion can bring us a little bit more into some crucial points on how an inclusive and rights-based approach is critical for combating the plastic pollution crisis and reach a more plastic circularity. I would like to start by introducing our keynote speaker, Dr. Sarah Seck. Associate Professor Dr. Sarah Seck is the Yogesh and Keddy Chair on Human Rights Law at the Dalhousie University in Canada, where she is a member of the Marine and Environmental Law Institute. She supervises many researchers at Dalhousie, including as part of projects supported by UNEP. Dr. Sarah was not able to join us today, but she has sent a video recording that will introduce us to today's topic. So if we can please show that video.
Hello, my name is Sarah Seck, and I am the Yogesh and Keddy Chair in Human Rights Law at Dalhousie University in Canada. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to speak with you today by video about our work with C Circular and partners on the importance of a human rights-based approach to sustainable market mechanisms for plastic circularity. Before I begin, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge with appreciation the work of members of my team at Dalhousie University, including, as you will see, the graphics design team. I'd also like to acknowledge my appreciation for the C Circular team and local partners. The insights that I will share with you are the result of collective research and learnings, and it is my hope that they will enrich the plenary session to follow. I will now share my slides. To begin, it is increasingly clear that the adoption of a human rights-based approach is essential for the transition away from the fossil fuel-based linear plastic cycle and towards plastic circularity. The good news is that there are an increasing number of tools that clarify what it means in practice to adopt a human rights-based approach to environmental problems such as plastic pollution, while other tools clarify the responsibilities of businesses as well as states when implementing the human rights-based approach. In the following slides, I will briefly outline key frameworks for understanding the problems and also for evaluating solutions. The nature of the problem has been clearly presented in a 2021 report by the UN Special Rapporteur on Toxic Substances and Human Rights, Marcus Orlana. Essentially, the current linear fossil fuel-dependent plastics life cycle is responsible for negative impacts on the enjoyment of a wide range of human rights. It is crucial to acknowledge that human rights abuses are associated with each stage of the plastic cycle, so as to avoid the tendency to see the plastics problem as one that can be tackled through better waste management practices alone. First, 99% of plastics are derived from fossil fuels, and the extraction and refining stages raise local environmental justice concerns while also contributing to climate change. The production of virgin plastics and plastic products, including packaging, are associated with workplace, local, and transboundary pollution of air, water, and soil, compounded by thousands of toxic chemical additives. Transportation by land or sea is associated with greenhouse gas emissions, as well as the risk of spillage of plastic pellets and microplastics. The use stage raises health concerns from exposure to toxic compounds through skin contact, including food and beverage packaging, and ingestion of microplastics in water and the food chain. Women are disproportionately impacted by endocrine disruptors. Toxic additives are often concentrated at the recycling stage, generating new hazardous products, including through chemical recycling with workers, both formal and informal, exposed to hazards whether engaged in recycling or waste management. And finally, toxic pollutants are released into the air, land, water, and oceans at the disposal stage, whether incinerated, dumped into landfill, or washed into rivers and the oceans, contaminating terrestrial and marine ecosystems and food systems. It is therefore essential to move away from the take, make, waste, fossil fuel-based plastics life cycle and transition to circularity. As noted, the report of the UN Special Rapporteur on Toxic Substances serves as a useful tool for understanding the problem. And reports on related topics, such as the right to science and the rights of workers, provide excellent supplements. Similarly, the work of UN Special Rapporteurs on Human Rights and the Environment, first John Knox, and notably his 2018 Framework Principles, and then David Boyd, who has contributed greatly with many substantive reports, they provide additional clarity, drawing together sources of international environmental and human rights law. In 2021, the UN Human Rights Council adopted a resolution recognizing the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. And this was followed in July 2022 by a similar UN General Assembly resolution. These resolutions, together with existing domestic constitutional recognition of the right, bolster the relevance and necessity of integrating a human rights-based approach to environmental problems, such as plastic pollution. So what is a human rights-based approach, and what is the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment? First, the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is best understood as comprised of substantive and procedural dimensions, with cross-cutting attention to equity and non-discrimination. Moreover, each of those components are interdependent. It is impossible to enjoy a vast range of human rights without a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. But it is also vital that procedural human rights are exercised in order to ensure the maintenance of such an environment. This means first that substantively the right encompasses clean air, a safe climate, clean water, healthy ecosystems and biodiversity, healthy and sustainably produced food, and non-toxic places to live, work, and play. Secondly, procedural rights must be guaranteed, and these include access to information, to prior assessment, precaution, and prevention, to freedom of expression and association, to public participation in decision-making, and free, prior, and informed consent for Indigenous peoples, and ultimately to access justice through accountability and remedy. A procedural understanding of rights also highlights the need for there to be a safe space for environmental human rights defenders to exercise their rights. And finally, persons or groups in vulnerable conditions are disproportionately exposed to the negative impacts of the plastic life cycle and often lack tools and opportunities to protect themselves from exposure. Indeed, many have been rendered vulnerable due to historic issues of discrimination. These include gender discrimination and colonial practices undermining rights of self-determination of Indigenous peoples, for example. Children are also particularly at risk. The 2011 UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights are another important tool, clarifying the state duty to protect human rights, the business responsibility to respect human rights, and the cross-cutting importance of access to remedy. Designed as three interdependent pillars, the UN Guiding Principles highlight that first, states must play a crucially important role in regulating to prevent and remedy human rights harms. And in the plastic context, this includes through extended polluter responsibility and single-use plastics legislation. But businesses too have an independent responsibility to respect human rights and should actively take up this responsibility through the adoption of a policy commitment to respect human rights, the undertaking of human rights due diligence, and by ensuring access to remedy for harms that the business caused or to which it contributed. The UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights has subsequently developed detailed guidance on areas of relevance to the plastics challenge, including gender dimensions and support for human rights defenders. Other international organizations have also developed guidance tools that integrate the UN Guiding Principles and elaborate upon them. These include the UN Global Compact, the International Labor Organization, and the OECD through its Responsible Business Conduct guidance tools. In our work with UNEP, we have aimed to clarify how a human rights-based approach may be integrated into different stages of the transition to plastic circularity. For example, on this slide, we show how the human rights-based approach must inform product design. First, businesses must both embed the human rights-based approach and circularity into policies and management systems, rather than choosing one over the other. Second, any adverse impacts arising from product design must be identified and assessed. The third stage points to the need to redesign products so as to cease, prevent, or mitigate adverse impacts, while the fourth stage confirms the need to track the implementation and results and use lessons learned to revisit and improve existing policies and management systems, and to redesign them. Similarly, this slide illustrates how a human rights-based approach must inform the waste management and disposal stage. Stage 1 again calls for the embedding of both human rights and circularity into policies and management systems, while Stage 2 calls for the identification and assessment of adverse impacts. Stage 3 specifically identifies the need to consult with rights holders, including informal waste workers and local communities, so as to cease, prevent, and mitigate impacts, while Stage 4 points again to the need to track and learn from implementation and results. My final slide serves as a reminder that violations of human rights must be remedied, and that greater business involvement brings with it greater responsibility to prevent and mitigate harms, but also to ensure access to effective remedy. The illustration here mirrors the UN Guiding Principles in distinguishing the responsibility that flows from business conduct, depending on whether it causes, contributed, or is directly linked to the human rights harms. While it is often said that remedy for harms arising from plastic pollution has to date largely proved elusive, the work of the Commission on Human Rights of the Philippines in its National Inquiry on Climate Change serves as a reminder that scientific understandings of the nature of the plastics problem are continuing to evolve, and as they do, businesses that do not act to prevent and remedy harms may, indeed will, ultimately be held to account. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you all the best for the rest of the session.
A big thanks to Dr. Sarah for that video. I hope you all found it informative in showing how a human rights-based approach is linked to the plastic value chain and as a solution to reaching a more circular future. Before we go into the panel discussion, we want to also make a poll for the audience relating to this topic. I think it will appear on your screen very soon. Here we go. So the question that we would like the audience to answer is, which stakeholder do you think can make the most difference in making the rights-based approach a reality within the plastic value chain? Please choose among the following options. Is it the global brands and their supply chain? Is it the policymakers, the development agencies and donors? Is it civil society, or is it the consumers? While you take the time to think about this and answer this poll, I will have the great opportunity to introduce our panelists for this panel. First, we have Vivekanand Sisla. Vivek is the Regional Research and Development Director on Personal Care and Site Leader at Unilever. He's responsible for research and development for the very dynamic hair care category for the Southeast Asia and Australia and New Zealand cluster, and represents on leadership and business team for Thailand and Vietnam. He also drives the innovation agenda for 12 countries and is the site leader for research and development Bangkok with over 200 employees. Very well welcome, Vivekanand.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Next in our panel, we have Golda Benjamin. Golda is the Access Now campaigner for Asia Pacific. She previously worked with Business and Human Rights Research Center as Program Director for Asia, Labor and Corporate Legal Accountability. Having started as a grassroots lawyer for farmers and workers, Golda has shaped her work via litigation, policy advocacy, and campaigning. Welcome, Golda.
Thank you, Lynn. Good afternoon, everyone.
Next, we have Russell Mahoney. Russell is the Vice President in Public Affairs, Communication and Sustainability at Coca-Cola. He was formerly Group Director for Public Policy, where he led Coca-Cola's integrated engagement strategies on policy issues in ASEAN countries, Australia, New Zealand, and the South Pacific. Very welcome also, Russell. Last but not least, we have Serena Constantino Panopio. Serena currently works for the Worldwide Fund for Nature, WWF Philippines, as the National Lead Coordinator for the No Plastics in Nature, MPIN initiative, which is the global approach for stopping plastic pollution by 2030. She's also the project manager of the Clean Ports, Clean Oceans, improving port waste management in the Philippines. which is a joint project between WWF and the Greek group. A warm welcome again to all our panelists, and thank you for being here with us today. Before we go into the questions, I think we can get a result from our poll. Here we go. We can see that 42%, the majority, or the most of the answers at least, thought that it's the policymakers' responsibility. Second come the global brands and their supply chain. Most interesting, I think, the development agencies and donors only got 2%. I think this is something we can take with us into our coming discussion. So to kick us off, I would like to start by asking you, Russell, as a business leader from a major global company, can you share some of the circularity-related interventions, mandatory and or voluntary, that your organizations are taking up to address plastic pollution across the value chain? And also referring to the introduction video that we saw, maybe if you can also please add on how Coca-Cola consider a human rights-based approach in their business activities across the value chain, that would also be great. Thank you.
Sure, thanks, Ellen. It's lovely to be here, and thanks very much for the invitation. It's great to be a part of this amazing group of people on the panel. I didn't get a chance to vote. The panelists weren't allowed to vote, but I probably would have mixed between policymakers and multinationals. I probably would have had a tough time deciding. Coca-Cola has a design, collect and partner approach, I suppose, mainly to the plastic problem. And indeed, it's not just plastic for us. We have other materials, obviously, that we use for our packaging. And I guess it's best described in our global commitments. We have a number of global commitments that we've made out to 2030 in our efforts to try and reduce the amount of plastic that we're putting into the environment and basically get back some of that plastic. The headline one, of course, is collection. We've said that by 2030, we'll collect the equivalent of one bottle or can for every one we put into the market every year. And as you might imagine, that's a lot of bottles and cans. But it's kind of not enough. We accept that just collecting won't be sufficient to drive circularity. So we have a number of other targets that sit around that. For example, we will, by 2030 again, we'll use recycled plastic, for example, in half of our bottles. So what we're saying we're doing there is we're driving a market for recycled plastic. We want investment in the circular industry, if you like. So we're driving this demand for recycled plastic on our own, in addition to the demand that's being driven by government interventions in places like Europe in particular, but we're seeing it starting here in the Philippines and in Vietnam in particular. But not only that, obviously, we have to make our containers recyclable. So by 2025, we have a 100% recyclability target. We want to make sure that anything we put into the market can actually be recycled. And we're careful about how we talk about that. We don't, it can't just be potentially recyclable. It has to be actually recyclable. So I know in the previous session, people talked about sachets. For example, we're getting out of the sachet market in the Philippines in the not too distant future because we know they're difficult to recycle. There's a whole bunch of things around that I know, and there's a whole bunch of equity issues around affordability, but the reality is sachets aren't great for the environment. And I guess the last thing is that in relation actually to the previous, some answers that were given in the previous session as well, is around reduction. We have a 25% target for refillables by 2030 as well. So there's no point in doing all of this if we're not actually reducing the amount of plastic or in fact materials we're putting into the environment. So we actually have this idea that we want people to be able to go and take their glass bottles down to the shop and be able to get another glass bottle back. We have big refillables businesses in the Philippines and Thailand in particular, but we think there's a lot more potential there. In relation to human rights, when we go into a market and do that and do this sort of collection, we're lucky. We have some fantastic partners that we can talk to, partners that were on your previous session, in fact. So we have great partners. We don't just walk into a market and start talking about using the informal sector, which is largely, of course, what we use for collection in large parts of Asia Pacific. We're fortunate in that our business is typically a local business. Our bottlers are all local businesses. So we have people that we can talk to that have been in the market a long time. We have partners we can talk to. And so we're careful that we don't disrupt an existing plastic supply chain that is really giving, in lots of cases, income to some of our poorest, lowest paid people, and often women are overrepresented in this. And we clearly don't want to do anything that would disrupt that. In fact, we want to enhance it. We're very careful to audit when we use recyclers. We make sure that the money that we're giving when we pay for things makes its way right down to the bottom of the value chain, where the people who are actually picking up these bottles out of the streets are getting more money when we inject money into the value chain. So I suppose that's something that's very important to us. And then finally, we have a supplier guiding principle. So when we buy things at Coca-Cola, we make sure our suppliers are adhering to our human rights policies, and those are largely driven by UN human rights policies. So I know that's a long answer, but that's kind of it in a nutshell.
Thank you for that nutshell. I think it was a very interesting answer. Moving on to you, Serena. We've heard multiple times during this event that plastic pollution affects groups in vulnerable situations and risk increasing inequalities, right? So from your perspective, where or like in what stage of the plastic value chain would it be most impactful to address the plastic pollution to reduce social inequality?
Yes, so as mentioned by Dr. Sarasek, that human rights impact goes in the entire, is present in the entire plastics life cycle or in the entire plastic value chain. And from our perspective, it is very important for us, and the most impactful areas that would help address plastic pollution would be the reduction part, the first one, because of course, if we are reducing the amount of plastics that we are putting into the market, then or the amount of unnecessary plastics that we're putting into the market, that we are reducing the risk of plastic pollution or the impacts of plastic pollution. And apart from that, it's difficult to like identify the specific area, but because for us, it should be coupled with the downstream solution part. So upstream and downstream solutions. So we, Russell mentioned earlier that they need to also work with a system that is already happening in the specific country. And in this part, it's very important to also look at how we can build on the solid waste management system in the country. So this would include like working with the waste workers, who are very important in terms of like reaching that recycling rate in the country, and having that, we need to ensure that they are protected, they have decent working conditions, and they are recognized as a critical factor in addressing plastic pollution.
Thank you so much. I know it can be hard to point out one area, right? It's a little bit of a trick question, but thank you for that answer. Vivek, I'm very curious to hear about Unilever and the work that you do, and how have you improved the inclusive approaches, perhaps also including taking a gender into account while implementing circular economy interventions?
Yes, so slightly different approaches, but very common themes to the two previous speakers. So at Unilever, our corporate purpose is to be making sustainable living commonplace. When it comes to plastics, essentially we have two big goals. One is to design in a way that we can reduce our virgin footprint by half by 2025. And we also want to collect and process more plastic than we put out into the environment by 2025. So this involves, like the previous speaker said, both upstream and downstream approaches. So in terms of reducing our virgin footprint, what we're trying to do is, by design, reduce the amount of plastic, for example, by lightweighting or by using refill and reuse systems. We're doing several pilots in this space also in Southeast Asia. The other approach that we have when it comes to collection, so we have collection projects in literally every country around the world right now. In India, for example, we are partnering with the UNDP to create what we call sort of a pilot model for the best-in-class collection and framework system. So there are multiple objectives here. One is, what's the right kind of sorting, education, and collection system? Second is, what's the best way to extract value from waste? The third is, how do we ensure that the right hygiene, health and safety, and human rights and gender inclusivity are part of the solution? So this partnership with the UNDP was described by the local UNDP leader as trying to create value, from end to end. And the exact words used were to manage waste and to change lives. We think that this kind of a model, if we can make it repeatable at scale in multiple geographies, that's one way to achieve some of the goals. So later this week, next week, I think in Uruguay, there's going to be the discussion on the UN Plastics Alliance. We are part of the Global Alliance giving input. And what is the kind of approaches we are going to recommend are similar: reduce plastic at waste, end-to-end holistic systems that are mandated across countries. For example, we are big supporters of the EPR schemes. We have, for example, in Thailand as well, What we would like to see in the EPR schemes is end-to-end inclusivity included as part of the design, transparency in the plastic value chain, and ensuring that there's incentives for eco-design and disincentive for not eco-design plastics. So that kind of an approach we would like to propagate through this. Also earlier this week, along with our friends at Coke, Nestle, and Pepsi, we also announced something called the Fair Circularity Alliance. And the objective of the Fair Circularity Alliance is to support waste pickers in the informal sector who essentially fall below the social safety nets, but they actually collect around 60% of plastic waste globally. In Thailand, the previous speaker today said it's about 75%. So this alliance has just been announced this week. The aim again is to take some of these ideas and propagate them at scale and put some investment into it.
Thank you so much. Great to hear about all the initiatives that you're driving. Before I ask the next question, I would just like, as Diane has posted in the chat, to encourage our audience to use the Q&A function and post questions, because there's going to be a Q&A in the end of this panel discussion. So please take your chance to ask your questions to our panelists as well. Then moving on to you, Golda. I would like to ask, like, with your experience from working as a grassroots lawyer for farmers and workers, and then program director and now campaigner, you know very well the challenges that exist, right? But in what way can market-based mechanism advance and empower marginalized communities? I'm very curious to hear your thoughts on that.
On a different day, probably, Aline, if you put the phrase market-based mechanisms and then empowerment marginalized communities, I would be very nervous. But in my experience, I'd like to frame this as, when I'm looking at market-based mechanisms, the traditional economics interpretation is providing incentives for changes in behavior, especially for multinationals. And I'm seeing the market-based mechanisms as an opportunity to reframe the conversation. And this is what I'm seeing, not just in the environment field, but also in labor and other fields. And the reframing is towards the understanding of the issue from the perspective of rights, obligations, and then remedies when there is harm. And I'm glad that our keynote speaker mentioned the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, because I think this is very important. And it is not just the rights, obligations, and the duty to remedy of those of the multinational companies, but also of the communities that help shape what mechanisms will work in the market. And in terms of empowerment, what I'm seeing is that because this is the framing of the conversation, communities are also empowered to contribute, because they're not seeing the solutions as one size fits all, like the usual penalty-based policies that many governments tried to use in many of these environmental policies. So empowerment comes from the ability of communities to co-shape the mechanisms and the solutions that will work in their communities as well. And for me, I'm always a restrained optimist, and I'm looking at market-based mechanisms as something that will work for marginalized communities, especially if two conditions exist. One, if they understand the goal of the mechanism. Why is there an incentive? And what are we trying to achieve, both as a community and then as a community with relationships to the policymakers, to the companies that operate in the communities? For me, that's the first condition. And it's not only true for environment organizing, but in many types of organizing as well. The second, because we are talking about market-based mechanisms, the incentives need to be appropriate and also quite clear to both the multinational and national companies, local companies, but also to the communities, that they're not just seeing something as money or an opportunity to earn, but there's a holistic understanding of what is the incentive, not just for the promotion of the right to health, the right to a healthy environment, but a more holistic approach to the issue. So while the question always makes me feel nervous, as a restrained optimist, I see a lot of opportunities for it to move the conversation forward and to create solutions that actually work and not solutions that are one size fits all.
Thank you for that, Golda. And I think, yeah, a theme for today has definitely been the participation of local communities and the people that we do this for, right? Or like that they need to be included. Vivek, just jumping back to you again, SMEs have been mentioned as important stakeholders several times during this event as well. And I just wanted to hear if you can elaborate a little bit on how market-based mechanism can support the scaling circular business model across the plastic value chain for SMEs, and how this create value among local communities. You're muted, so please just unmute yourself.
Yeah. So if you look at the problem of plastic, for example, the World Bank has said that there's 6 billion of value in the plastic waste around us, you know. So the question is, how do we put that back into the loop, extract the necessary, the possible value, and enhance the livelihoods of everybody along the chain. So where there's value, there will be economic incentive to also ensure both human rights as well as incentives for all players in the chain. The way we work, we look at this problem, like I mentioned the example in Mumbai of working with the UNDP. Essentially, our approach is to do pilots. We have several pilots across Southeast Asia and Asia in general, looking at different models where we have 3 elements to our pilot models. One is education, one is setting up of different types of collection and sorting infrastructure, and the third is the use of different technologies to upcycle and recycle. You know, so when we create these pilot systems, working with, of course, several collaborators and SME partners, what we're trying to do is to try and understand, given the local environment. So there's no one size fits all in this case. Given the local environmental conditions, what is it that is the right kind of model that will work in a certain country or a certain geography? So for example, we were talking to municipalities in a small village in Thailand a couple of years ago. And what they said is it was hard to incentivize community members to collect plastic when the quantities were low and the yields, the values were not so high. But when they started a scheme in the village by which you could collect the plastic in the village, it would be sold to a collector, and the money would go to pay for funerals for those families who could not afford funerals for their families. Then it was a lot more interesting for people to start getting into plastic collection. So I think when we come into involving communities and involving small and medium enterprises who have got different kind of approaches and technology solutions, we heard the CEO of Trash Lucky earlier, you know, what we would like to see when we do these pilots is, in the end, when you want to scale up, we need certain degree of harmonization. So we learn from the pilots. When we come to scale, we need to find elements of harmonization. For example, can we get common QR codes, common labels on bottles, common means of communication, and common ways for consumers to identify where to go and put certain types of plastic? You know, so if we have multiple models that don't converge in the end at scale, to have the right kind of identification systems, it will be hard and takes time. But SMB solutions ultimately, though, we believe lie closer to where the action is. And the more we can decentralize and the more we can involve communities and smaller players who've got different kinds of technology solutions with some common integrating technologies or practices, I think that can lead to better solutions in the longer run, rather than a one-size-fits-all top-down approach.
Yes, thank you for highlighting some of those important key points, and that one size definitely doesn't fit all. I would like to come back to you, Serena. Like when we looked at the video from Dr. Sarah, one of the important aspects was also policy, right? So talking about this now, like marginalized communities and SMEs, I wanted to ask you, how can we integrate their roles into market-based policy implemented to reduce or mitigate the plastic pollution crisis?
Yes, I think the first step is to actually recognize their role in the system. We need to acknowledge that they have a role, they're playing a role. The waste workers, based on our national study, it showed that the 9% recycling rate that we found in the plastic recycling rate that we found in the Philippines is actually mostly due to the informal waste sector. So we really have to recognize that. And of course, we have the SMEs or the different, this can also like lead into the social enterprises, which actually help in terms of upcycling and recycling, which are also very important for us to have or reach that recycling rate. Once that we have recognized them, then it is important to include them in the discussions. So we've been saying a lot about like there's no one size fits all, and I think this is very applicable in the Philippines because we're seeing that not all of the local government units who are already at the forefront of implementing the solid waste management system would have similar capacity resources in terms of implementing the system. So it is important for us to recognize that there would be different models to implement for us to like implement a policy or while we're drafting that policy. So I think it is important for the inclusion of representatives from all the sectors in the plastics value chain, from the creation until the implementation of any policy related to reducing and mitigating plastic pollution.
Thank you for that answer. For the next question, I was considering the poll, and even if the audience didn't list the role of civil society in the top ranking of that pool, I'm still curious to hear from you, Golda. What is actually the role of civil society in implementing this mechanism to drive a greater impact, according to you?
Thanks, Elaine. And actually, Zarina's question set me up to make my life easier. I can identify two roles. The first is civil society organizations has a critical role in organizing their communities, connecting communities to policymakers and businesses. And we see that it worked because a lot of the CSOs have the trust of the communities. And so organizing is a little bit easier. The second role, I always call it as a trust connector. In some spaces, that's referred to as an accountability partner. So when the solutions and mechanisms introduced, for example, by the companies fail, that we hold them to account. But the reason why I'm labeling it as a trust connector is that because the solutions are no longer solutions coming just from the companies, it should be solutions coming from the community as a whole. And so CSOs have the opportunity and the responsibility to hold the trust and bring the parties to the table and talk about exploring other solutions for the future. And that's why market-based mechanisms in many studies in economics, it says that it allows all parties involved the flexibility to innovate when there's a failure also in the market. And so I see those two roles by CSOs as very important. And in cities where zero waste efforts are successful, I always try to find out which CSO is organizing the communities. And almost always there are great CSOs, both national, international CSOs, and also local, even barangay-based CSOs helping the community and connecting them with each other.
Thank you, Golda. Very good to mention this linking role that civil society can also have, I think. Not the final question, but we're almost coming to the end. I wanted to direct this question to you, Russell, but I believe that some of the other panelists might also want to chip in. This question regards plastic credits, because plastic credits are increasingly offered as a solution for addressing the plastic problem as well. However, what do we actually know about plastic credits? I don't know a lot, so I look forward to hear your answer. And what are the potential negative impacts, especially regarding inclusivity across the plastic value chain? But if we start with you, Russell, and then if someone else wants to continue, very welcome.
Sure. Look, we've talked about needing an array of solutions and that one size fits all. So I'm reluctant to rule anything out. But I have to say plastic credits is not something that we've necessarily considered. We've certainly not considered using them in this part of the world. And as far as I'm aware, Coca-Cola hasn't considered using them elsewhere. That's not to say that we haven't looked at them, but we're not convinced that a plastic credits mechanism is necessarily the right way for us as a large global multinational to go. I don't think they're in the same space as carbon credits. I think there possibly is a place for carbon credits, but I'm not convinced about plastic. The reality is that we want to collect and then recycle and then use again plastic in every market we operate in, which is more than 200 markets. So the idea that you might sort of not do something in one market and make up for it in another market is not incredibly attractive to us, and certainly not attractive to the people who you might be leaving out as part of that process. So I don't know about the other, I don't know about Vivek, who is obviously representing another multinational, but I'm not convinced there's something for us.
Thank you for that answer. Vivek, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I think we're in a similar place at this moment. I think if plastic credits could be an extension of an EPR scheme that's functional, as an additional potential alternate in certain situations, then that can be possible. It can't be the heart of what we do. The heart of what we do must be an EPR scheme that in the future also incorporates the Plastic Alliance, and the UN treaty that's going to be formed. That's the heart. And around that, there could be other solutions, like Russell mentioned. These are addendums, these are alternates, but they are not the main thing.
Thank you so much. Serena, you mentioned that VVS had a position paper on this, right? So do you have anything to add to the conversation?
Yes, I actually agree with Vivek when he mentioned that it should not be the heart of the intervention. WWF actually is very cautious about plastic crediting because there's not yet any clear standards or process associated with this concept, to be honest. So, and there's a risk for these crediting mechanisms that would enable companies to just claim that they are taking action without making any substantial changes to their business. So we always say that we acknowledge it as an approach or as a solution, but it should not be the heart of it. And just like an additional approach, as Beck mentioned, like there should be like a robust plastic waste reduction strategies, and then also all the other strategies to address plastic pollution. So, and this will also need to include like improving end-of-life management, designing longer living products, and extended producer responsibility. So, it should be like all of that and not just this.
Yeah. Thank you for that addition. We have a few minutes left before I'm going to open for the Q&A. So a last question that I would like to pose to all the panelists, and just for a short answer from all of you, would be, what would be the most important and impactful steps moving forward for your organization? And Golda, would you like to start?
Yes, and I'd like to speak from the perspective of both a policy person and also a community organizer. I think the most impactful is really trying to understand what solutions are out there and not immediately disposing a solution based on opinions of others. So I think conversations like this one, convenings like this one is important so that we can educate ourselves. So that's one of an important role for policy people and organizing. And second is, I'm just going to go back, continue organizing the communities because there are already excellent solutions out there to address the plastic pollution problem. And I'm glad I was able to catch the tail end of the session prior to this because that's quite inspiring, and being able to bring that to the communities right now as we grapple through the more global scale and magnitude of the problem. I think it's quite important that we don't get paralyzed by the number of solutions that are being debated in various platforms.
Thank you for that. Not being paralyzed by the number of solutions being offered. That's a good point as well. Vivek, would you like to continue?
I think most important right now is we've made a lot of commitments. We are working hard towards these commitments. It's important that the less plastic approach and the maximizing the use of recycled plastic, especially in Southeast Asia markets, is an imperative, and we must try to maximize our commitments internally. Externally, a fully functional EPR scheme with the right regulatory framework. We need the right regulatory framework to drive the right kind of EPR schemes. We're keen to participate, but we'd like to have maximum participation and transparency in that scheme.
Thank you so much for that answer, Vivek. Russell, would you like to state an answer?
It won't surprise you to know that I have a similar response. I mean, we think that EPR schemes are really the way to move this forward. We think governments have the policy levers that they can pull to really drive this forward the hardest and the fastest, more than we can do. but they need to be the right scheme for the market that they're in. So we accept that places like Singapore, who are looking at container deposit scheme, that's a really good mechanism for this market, but it's not going to work everywhere. So what the Philippines is suggesting might be the best solution for the Philippines. Vietnam is the same. We'd like to see an expansion of these, and we'd like to be a part of their design and development because we think that we have some expertise to offer.
Thank you so much for that. And thank you all for your answers to our questions, my questions. Now I'm gonna open up for some questions from the audience. And we're gonna have about 10 minutes for that discussion as well. So the first question, I think it is for you, Russell. Let me see. Good presentation from Coca-Cola representative, seeing they are observing the UN guiding principles. How did you reach out to some stakeholder statements against the COP27 sponsorship of Coca-Cola?
I mean, this is a difficult one for large multinationals. Do you be part of these global conferences, or do you not be part of it? I mean, I think the answer is not to shut out a significant portion of the people who can help fix the problem. In my view, companies like Coca-Cola and other large multinationals have to be there listening to the solutions that are being offered, have to have a seat at the table so that we can offer our experience and expertise. We're fortunate that we operate in lots of markets, so we see lots of things that are working, lots of things that aren't working. So I don't think shutting out anybody, whether it be a multinational or indeed anybody else, from these is necessarily the right way to go. We accept the criticism. And as you can see, as I've mentioned today, we're doing, we're making efforts to try and resolve the things that perhaps that can be fixed in the next 8 years to go between now and 2030.
Thank you for that. A next question from the audience is for Unilever. So for you, Vivek, can Unilever also ban all microplastics from their products by 2025?
Sorry. So yes, I think we have since 2014, already taken out what we call plastic scrub beads out of most of our products. So we have eliminated those. We also made commitments to make our formulations biodegradable by 2030. So what we are working towards is to eliminate, entities that are not biodegradable, and by 2030 reach a 100% target for all of our formulations. So to the extent that we have a knowledge of and visible microbeads, they've already been taken out.
Okay, thank you. Another question for Russell. Coca-Cola plans to have 25% refill system by 2030, but is that 25% compared to what volume of plastic is produced? Is it compared to today's levels, or I imagine that the company has plans to increase production by 2030. So is it 25% going to really reduce plastic production?
It's 25% of our bottles by volume. So that's the target. I think the refillables target's important and interesting, but I think we also we haven't talked about it a lot today, for example, but there's a carbon implication, for example, to doing glass. So I think we need to look at our packaging solutions pretty holistically and go, okay, if you move one kind of packaging out, what does that do in other parts of the environmental space? So while we're very comfortable with our 25% target and we think it's the right thing to do, we take a very holistic view into how we manage our carbon footprint, for example. So, but yeah, it's 25% by volume.
Thank you. I can see that our audience is very interested in Unilever and Coca-Cola's work on this issue, because we're getting a lot of questions for you guys. So I'm going to give another question to you, Vivek. What would it take for FMCG companies such as Unilever to design for circularity through allowing the ease of collection and recycling and reuse?
Yes. So our approach, as I mentioned earlier, is called less plastic, better plastic, and no plastic. So the first step always is to try and eliminate where possible, reduce where possible. by design. So at every project that we take up, that's the question we ask: can I use less plastic, no plastic at all? No. And if you were to use plastic, what kind of plastic is it? Can it be recycled? What kind of recycled content can it contain? No. So this is a ongoing natural process. And of course, we've made some commitments along these lines as well. And we are partnering with a lot of expert packaging companies around the world to find solutions where we find that no, they don't already exist. So in the last few years, you would have seen us publish several examples of places where we have either replaced plastic with something, or we have been able to use recyclable plastic where we could not earlier. For example, most recently in pumps and bottles, which had multiple components, we've now been able to do some pilots with single material, which can be fully recycled. So that will be the approach, which means make it part of our system. And at every new initiative, we make sure that we try and eliminate some of the challenges from the past.
Thank you for that answer. I also have a question that goes to both of you. Sorry, Serena and Golda, there are mostly questions to Russell and Vivek. But this question to Unilever and Coca-Cola is context and regulation have improved corporate approaches to packaging moving forward. What funding provision is being made by either Unilever and Coca-Cola, percentage of profits, to address the historical accumulation of plastic waste for which they are responsible, and in lieu of an EPR scheme? Does any one of you feel that you can answer that?
I can go if you like. We don't have a funding provision for removal of plastic. We have a target to remove 100% of our bottles or cans from the environment by 2030. So what they cost is what it costs. We don't think of it in terms of funds. We think of it in terms of how many bottles we should get out of the environment.
Thank you. What do you say, Vivek?
Yes. So we have taken a commitment to collect and process more plastic than we put out, and that's what we're working towards. And in many countries, we already achieved the targets ahead of time of 2025. I must admit, there's no specific reference to historicals in this case.
Thank you so much. Let me see if we have some more question coming in here, also in the chat. Yes. So let me just read it to see who to direct it to. Plastic reduce is a lengthy process, but we can use natural items like coconut shell or betel nut shell for the alternative of one-time plastic. So how can we implement the use alternative for plastic globally? Another question is also, can we reuse the plastic products as eco bricks? Does anyone feel that's a question they can answer?
I mean, we spoke about looking at horses for courses before, and all of these are in scope, essentially. It depends on the kind of properties of the material you're talking about, So does it provide the right barrier? Is it safe for consumers to use? How long can it last, right? So for every design, we look at all alternate materials that are available. There are increasingly more alternates to plastic with better properties that are being made available, or biomaterials that are being made available. We will look at each of these solutions as possible. So we're talking of a refill store where it's a fixed large bulk dispensing system. You could use some alternate materials there because it's not going to be transported or sent somewhere else. But if it is going to be a mass distribution and transportation, you might need different kinds of materials. So I'd again say that very much alternate materials are in scope. Then it depends on whether we can make them viable from a consumer perspective and from a safety and hygiene perspective as well. Yeah?
Thank you for that answer, Vivek. I now have a question that is for both Golda and Serena, and that is building on the answers that you've already given, but how can SMEs and civil society work with larger companies and multinational companies as well?
For WWF, we're already working with FMCGs in terms of the work that we do under the No Plastics Initiative. So as mentioned by Golda earlier, CSOs or civil society organizations are good ways to connect with the different communities and other stakeholders on the ground. So what we do is we implement the Plastic Smart Cities project, wherein we work with local government units and improving their solid waste management system. And in this process, we also include the communities and also the informal waste sector that in these areas that we work in. So, and building on the innovation earlier that was mentioned, I think it's important to bring these innovations, but to make it as scalable as possible so that it can readily be adopted in the different areas that we're in, because that's always the problem that we are seeing in the project sites, is that there's an innovation, but it's not yet ready to be scaled. That because what we do is once it's ready to be scaled, then we pitch it to the different partners that we have so that they can kind of adopt it as well in their business operations.
Thank you so much, Serena, for that answer. Golda, would you like to add something?
Yeah, sure. And I like the idea of innovation. I think SMEs, there's a lot of new ideas coming in. And there was a question on how can we, explore alternative materials. And my practical, easy answer is just put it out there. Let the community use it and test it. And then if it works, then it's going to pick up. And I think that's one way of SMEs. It's one way for CSOs, SMEs, and then the big multinational companies to work together. It's really just testing solutions.
Okay, thank you everyone for your answers and for the interesting discussion of this panel. I think with that, we're going to close the Q&A, and that will be the end of this session for today. So yeah, very, very interesting to talking to you and hearing all your perspective. And yeah, I hope you can stay for the rest of the day and participate in the rest of Sea of Solutions on today's topic of inclusion. Thank you all, and all the best.
Thank you, Ellen. Thank you to all our panelists, Vivek, Russell, Golda, and Serena. Actually, before you all go, could I just bring you here back to the screen for a moment for a quick photo opportunity while everyone is here, if that's okay? Okay, that's great. Everyone's back. We'll take a photo in 3, 2, and 1. And one more time, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ellen. Again, thank you to all our panelists, and thank you to the audience for engaging in the Q&A session. Before we move on to the next segment, if you could please take a moment to look to the chat box. My colleagues have sent a link to a feedback survey. We would really appreciate if you could take a minute or two to provide us some feedback on this event, both yesterday and today's event so far. Now, moving on to the next segment of this program, we are excited to present our third and final theme for the Spotlight on Solutions segment, collaboration. Meaningful partnerships among public, private, community, and development actors are critical to ensure an efficient and effective transition to circular economies while still maintaining sustainable, inclusive, and participatory approaches. Solutions spotlighted under the collaboration theme have driven circularity through collaborative efforts within their communities and beyond. Again, before we hear from the spotlighted organizations themselves, we will play an introductory video to this theme and introduce you to the presenters you will be hearing from. Thank you.
Penang Green Council or Penang State Government, we promote waste segregation at source policies that encourage our local community to understand the importance why we need to segregate our waste from the source, and also, in another hand, by educating our people on reducing waste, the importance of that. And ultimately, we wish to create the long-term behavioral change among the community.
project focused on the reduction of plastic waste in Iloilo City through sustainable consumption, production, and management of plastics and its alternatives. Collaboration among the stakeholders include from situation analysis to the design and development of eco-solutions to implementation, monitoring, and evaluation.
We hope you enjoyed the video. Before I introduce the first speaker for this theme, remember that if you have any questions, please do place them in the Q&A function throughout all the presentations. We'll come to them at the end of all 4 presentations, and don't forget to please indicate who your question is directed to. Now, without further ado, I would like to invite our first presenter onto the screen, Ms. Josephine Tan, General Manager at Penang Green Council, to share about how they're addressing plastic pollution at the community level through waste segregation at the source. Prior to her appointment to Penang Green Council, Josephine served as the Special Officer in charge of the environmental portfolio under the Penang State Government for 7 years. Over to you, Josephine.
Thank you very much, Irene. And let me share my screen. Are you able to look at my screen?
Yes, perfect.
All right. Okay. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation from Sea of Solutions and UNEP Environment Program, COPC, Sweden government, and also our EB Impact. So representing Penang Green Council today, and the pilot project that I wish to present for today is waste segregation at source, which is solving our plastic pollutions in Penang through a collaborative approach on that. So before I start for the pilot projects on that, on what we are doing in Penang, Malaysia, just a little bit on our agency. Penang Green Council, we are established by the Penang State Government in the year of 2011, and we are the social profit government-linked company that tasked to nurture, facilitates, and coordinates the environmental causes in Penang. So basically, in Penang Green Council, we focus on main 3 themes. From circularity, so we focus very much on circular economy in our waste, energy, and also water efficiency. Then secondly, we promoting sustainable development, especially in the policy making for the Penang State Government. Thirdly, we are promoting the climate change and adaptation policies making among in Penang government. So just a little bit of a quick information on Penang, Malaysia. So Penang, Malaysia is an urbanized state located in Southeast Asia that until currently we have around 1.77 million populations with just a total area of 1,049 kilometers square. So Penang is also known as the second smallest state in Malaysia. So it consists for island and Seberang Pride, which we know as mainland as well for the whole Penang. So, of course, Penang faces challenges in our solid waste management due to limited land availability, and we have only one sanitary landfill for the whole Penang state for our waste. So in 2019, approximately, we have 2,020 metric tons of waste per day that is sent it to our one and the only landfill. And then according to our calculations, there's around 2.3 kilogram that generated per person per day for every Penang nights. And based on the study by World Bank on plastic circularity opportunities in Malaysia, it was also reported that only 24% of plastic that has been introduced to the market were recycled. So this is for Malaysia study. And then for what else, some of the data for our Penang provided by our Penang local councils, Penang Island City Council. We have 22.79% of plastic waste that has been generated on the island side, whereas for the mainland side, is recorded about 14% of plastic waste. So it consists, make up to the second highest waste being generated in Penang. So of course, we have our visions and targets for national targets and also Penang state targets. So for national targets, we aim to achieve the 40% recycling rate by year 2025, and also 25% of post-consumer plastic packaging to be recycled by the year of 2025, and also 100% of recyclability of plastic packaging by 2030. This is our national targets. Whereas for Penang State, when we narrow down for state level, Penang State is target for 70% recycling rate by the year of 2030, and currently we have achieved 51% for this year. So apart of that, we have also have the aim of achieving 100% of hotels in Penang practicing no single-use plastic by 2030, and also 100% of free of use of single-use plastic by the year of 2030. So with all the ambitious national targets and all the state targets, I would like to introduce some of the plastic journey in Penang. As Penang is also one of the first state in Malaysia that introduced for no free plastic bag days since the year of 2009, and then we are also one of the first state that ban on polystyrene food containers starting beginning of 2012. And 2016, officially, the Penang State, we have introduced for waste segregation as source policies, and is supported by a bylaw in that. Then until today, our No Plastic Bag Day has officially moved into no plastic bag days every Monday and Wednesday. And whereas for Thursday and Sunday, we every plastic bag we have increased the charges from previously 20 cents, and today is charged for 1 ringgit for every piece of plastic bag. So this is one of the pilot projects that I wish to share for today on what we are doing in the effort of reducing plastic waste in Penang. So we know there's waste segregation as source policies, and is in solving plastic pollution in Penang, which we focus on main 2 locations, and one is suburban locations and another one is an urban locations, which consists of residential area. So Penang Green Council has working together with one of our local council in mainland that conduct a pilot project with the aims of 4 aims, and that firstly is to reduce the usage of single-use plastic. Secondly, promote and educate the local communities for waste segregation as source, how to segregate it properly. And thirdly, how to increase the recovery of plastic, that giving the plastic a second life. So fourthly is, of course, to introduce and encourage what is the model of circular economy among local community. So before that, ever since before every pilot project, these are some of the key initiatives that we will conduct for that. So for this project, we aim to involve some various stakeholders to promote mainly long-term community behavioral changes. So in order to achieve that, the key initiatives that we focus on are stakeholders consultation and workshop. So previously, we provide a platform to discuss and deliberate on the various green initiatives that have taken place in relation to tackle plastic pollutions as source in Penang. So as well as planning the way forward, listening to all the stakeholders involved, ranging from government sectors, institutions, experts, private sectors, and also local communities and non-government government organizations. So these will also include the planning of the way forward on how to embed circular economy solutions on the island and also our mainland side. So apart from that, we have some workshops we known as a Sustainable Neighborhood Development Program, and some of the trainings and workshop that we provide for local communities. And we also, after we identify the pilot projects a venue, we will conduct a domestic waste survey. This is to collect data on waste generated by the residents, and of course we have to identify the waste compositions at the areas itself. So thirdly, we have introduced a circular plastic kiosk that consists of shredders, extruders and molders, which will help to create another, give our plastic waste a second life. On that this machine has been promoted within our local communities and is partnership together with our local universities on that. So to enhance the circular economy practice, or the 4Rs practices in our pilot projects, which is recover, recycle, repurpose, and recycling on that within the community. So officially, we have introduced the planting green community, which you know as PGC model as well, has been introduced to this pilot project. So the model basically outlines for 6 key steps, which is starting from identifying problems and challenges, and then these can be only done that we engage together with our local communities. So after we have identified the problems and challenges from the local communities, so we start off a series of trainings and workshops and educate for our local communities. And this all process is actually lead, and we involve our local community leaders on that. So we're talking back into today's main topic on that, collaborations, why it is so important on that. So in managing the plastic value chain in Malaysia, we have no doubt that multi-stakeholders partnership must be strengthened. And this can only be done by applying a people-centric approach. So in Penang, we uphold 4 Ps partnership, which is public, private, people, professionals partnership. So building of strong relationships between and collaborating with our different or diverse stakeholders allow us to generate new ideas and also enable more holistic decision making. So for years, stakeholders' involvement is a very crucial key in tackling plastic pollution at source, and it is also very essential in the planning of the way forward for embedding our circular economy solutions in Penang. So by working together with our stakeholders, we can provide support to the local communities in the form of education and awareness. We assist in publicity, government we assist in financial incentive, and skills and expertise in order to scale and improve on the ground operations. So by collaborating with the local community leaders, which is also empowering them, not only help us gain better insights toward the skills and resources already available within the community, but also empowered them to take realistic and concrete steps towards participatory development planning. So 4 main stakeholders has been involved in this pilot project, or usually we will involve 4 main stakeholders in our pilot project. That will be consist of government, institutions, private sectors, and informal sectors. So PGC in every pilot projects that we are doing is playing or providing a multi-stakeholders platform that brings together policies makers, professionals, experts, business sectors, civil societies, organizations as well. So by using that, we have some track records on that. So we have our 100% of our people aware of no free plastic bags day every day, and Penang is also one of the state that achieving the highest recycling rate in Malaysia, which is 51.18% up to today. So, and we also, from our survey, we have also 90% practice reducing the usage of single-use plastic items in their daily life, and so forth. So basically, we have received a good feedback from our local communities. So of course, we have some main challenges that ever since we do or we undergo to overtake our pilot projects. Of course, the first main thing is the public behavioral and mindset. So the ability to engage our public and also to get them to cooperate and understand in waste management greatly depends on their level of awareness and attitudes. So although many awareness and education programs that have been conducted, and then these education outreach and programs, actually PGC has been conducted more than 10 years. So the concept of take, make, dispose, and someone will clean it up mindset are still entrenched in communities. But slowly we see some improvement and changes after so many efforts that we have made. So of course, pandemic issues has contributed a large amounts of single-use plastic waste that being sent to the landfill. And thirdly, facilities. The lack of recycling bins sometimes seems to discourage our recycling effort, as well as some people would find it inconvenient to look for one. So as through our pilot project, we try to promote or provide the suitable infrastructures on that. So fourthly, of course, data availability on plastic waste is still lacking. So there is also a need to review and improve the baseline data collections. So data should also be gathered in the long term so that changes in trends can be observed. So lastly, there will be the way forward for us for our pilot project. So we will still continue for our no single-use plastic campaign and educational awareness. And the optimum goal for no single-use plastic, that will be reach out to no plastic bag every day. This would be our optimum goal that we wish to achieve. And secondly, rewards and incentive. So Penang Green Council, together with Penang State Government, we also using some carrot approach on that. And thirdly, continuously engage with relevant stakeholders. And one of the big achievement that we wish to share it here is after ever since our Sea Circular project has been introduced, and we have officially managed to replicate 5 same pilot projects that similar by using the same mechanism in different spaces and different locations in Penang for this year. So we have named it into, we call it as Trash Free Penang, and we work together with the local state assembly members and together with the local leaders. So and continuously we will collaborate with private sectors and also government. So lastly, I would just only say that for collaborations, why we need to collaborate, collaborations is so important on that. It's just alone, we can do so later, and together we can achieve more. Thank you very much, Irene.
Thank you, Josephine, for your presentation. And also, of course, highlighting the importance of collaboration, very fitting for this theme. Thank you again for that. I would now like to invite our next presenter up onto the screen, Pak Andi Rosandi, Assistant Vice President of the Product Management Division of Bank Negara Indonesia, to share about their unique initiative that promotes the concept of collect, save, earn, and advancing circularity, a collaborative model for plastic circularity. Pak Andi is involved with BNI's waste management program, Let's Save with Waste, a program that formalizes a waste collection and exchange system and encourages positive behavior towards waste segregation and minimization of plastic pollution. Over to you, Pak Andi.
Okay, thank you, Erin. Hi, everyone. I'm Andi from Indonesia, Bank BNI, one of the state-owned government. So I'd like to share about our programs. This is like just small program that we're running to beat the plastic pollution. Can I share the screen now? Can you see my screen, Erin?
Yes, perfectly.
Yeah. Okay. Allow me to share my just little program that we are running in Jakarta, the capital city of Indonesia. The program we call it Let's Save with Waste. The aim is less gas society, less waste community. So maybe this is a program from different angle, different side that we are running, because we are a bank, a state-owned government bank. So we also running the program for financial literacy and also for the environment. So this is to different aim that we have to achieve with this program. This is our mission and vision and mission. The vision is to be a leading financial institution. This is normally as a bank, you know, and then we have several missions, but one mission that's important and related to the environment is to increase the corporate concern and responsibility to the environment and community. This is the baseline that we running the program that decide like the financial aim to get profit to drive the economical growth in the country. We also have to care about the environment and community. We are running the program under the call name BNI Go Green. So this is like a green activity. All the green activity in our bank is under the name of the BNI Go Green. So one of the program that we are running is Let's Save with Waste. Yeah, this is the cooperation, all the stakeholders. This is from BNI, and then also the West Bank, the school and community, and also the local government. The project is to drive the green attitude, green lifestyle to better environment, and then to switch the paradigm of about the waste, how to manage the waste. Waste just not waste. Waste can be blessed. So the impact is we hope that we will drive the credit improvement of the numbers of the social entrepreneur, because the waste can also drive the circular economy. And then also new additional income for the people, community, and also for the bank. We will increase the financial literacy. We are also with this program not only for the environment. We also try from this program is also increasing the number of customers. Yeah, from the waste program, we also can increase our customers. So we said that for the environment subject, we also try to still achieve the financial subject. This is the program. The benefit from us as a bank is financial literacy, the number of West Bank as an agent, and also the number of customers, and also create the relationship all among the stakeholders, like the school, the community, the local government, and also the financial authority. The benefit for the West Bank is West Bank will connected to our system as an agent. So they have like a real-time transaction as as a branch. So all the people will saving the waste to the West Bank is like just they deposit at the our branches. So it's the same flow, same mechanism, and also real-time online to connect to our system. And then from the people also, they will have real-time result. While they're collecting the waste, while they're converting the waste, they just deposit the waste into the West Bank that already connected our agent. And then the plastic waste that they deposit to the West Bank will convert to the saving account. So the rupiah value of the plastic account they deposit to the West Bank will convert directly to the saving account. And then also all the community in the rural area and the villages will receive also the service transaction like they're visiting our branches. Collaboration is very important because this is synergized between all the stakeholders. As a buyer, we maybe several years ago, we also collaborate with the Danone that produce the mineral water. They produce also the plastic waste. Also, they have obligation to take it back. So we try to make a pilot project with the Danone Aqua. So Danone Aqua is acting as a buyer from the West Bank. So once the people deposit all the plastic waste to the West Bank, and the West Bank will sell the plastic bag to the Danone Aqua as a buyer. This is one of the examples. So this is the role of each of the stakeholders. As a bank, also we educate all the people about financial transaction, about the loyalty program, financial literacy through the West Bank. And then also we create the capacity building like the training, CSR program and others. And then from the partners like Danone Aquam, they also as a buyer, acting as a buyer. And also the West Bank is like a point of contact of the customer, each customer to deposit the West Bank. And the local government also, they provide the tools. They provide like the transportation to pick up the waste from the West Bank and something like that, and also another infrastructure in the east of the West Bank in the east regional area. So we hope from this program we will create the less trash or less waste community. And the key point is first, the West Bank have to connect it to our agent, connected to our system, so they will provide the real-time service as a bank to each community that deposit all the value of the West Bank. And also the buyer. We need a buyer here to acting as a buyer, like a Danone Aqua, or maybe some of industry can take like the boxes, or another waste that they can buy to recycling by themselves. This is how the flow it goes, transaction. So the people collect the waste, the plastic waste, especially collect the plastic waste, and then they bring up to the waste bank. The sub waste bank maybe in the small community, the waste bank will measure the weight and then value the waste, and then the sub waste bank will deposit to the main waste bank. And then after that, the main waste bank will transfer all the waste that already valued by the sub waste bank to the sub waste bank. And then from the sub waste bank will transfer to the account all the people, all the community that already deposit on the sub waste bank. This is personal account, not joint account. So each people, is housewife, is people, is student will have a specific account by themselves to collect the waste bank. And then this is on the right side is conversion flow. So once they bring the waste, and will calculate, deposit, and then do measure the weight, and then recording on the agent system, and then converting to the saving account. So we started from student because this is the younger generation. We want to educate them to make a saving habit from the younger ages, and then also to care about the environment from the younger ages. So we start with the student, we start from the school. This is the most easier for us to make education about the program, about the financial literacy, about how to manage the waste, and then about how to make a healthy environment. We also provide the specific saving account for this program. This is we call the basic saving account. The orange one, the WNI Panda, is for the adult people, and then the another account is for the student. All this account is free of charge. They will get book, passbook, and they will get also the ATM card. It's all free. So to motivate, to educate them to collect more waste, and then to more get saving in their account. This is about our little journey. Start at 27 on March. Start with community, and then we start, and then on the 27 at the main West Bank, and also another we try to scale up with the local government of Jakarta. We try to make like a memorandum of an understanding, so we can scale up to all the area in Jakarta. And then in 2018, we also collaborate with Financial Service Authority because this is related to the financial literacy. So we also include the Financial Service Authority to support also this program. In 2019, we moved at 6 districts of Jakarta. This is the result of the program. So the account increases from the 2018 September or 2018 to 19 is the account who involved in this program increasing to 100% more, and also the balance increasing more than 47%. And this program, the result, this is before the pandemic situation. We also covering like 250 school, 150 West Bank that already converting to be our agent, and also 200,000 people individual and 150,000 students already involved in this program. So the total saving that create from the saving with waste is more than 1 billion Indonesian rupiah just from the student. So and also the result of this program is also collecting about 300,000 kilo of the annual plastic collection from the individuals. We try also to get more collaboration with other stakeholders. This is with collaboration with the Jakarta Boy Scouts. So we provide them like bicycle with in the side of the bicycle, so they can move around to cleaning up all the area by bike, and then they're also connecting to our West Bank. So in the maybe just in the 2 years of the we are implementing this program, I think we will have like 5 awards. This award from the Public Relation Award from the Financial Authority, and also another award. This is, I think, is proud of us because this is a government respect us about the program, and also the Financial Authority. And that's all. That's my presentation about our just small program. This is maybe just small step from us, and also we want to scale up this nationwide maybe next year, and then we need all the cooperation for the stakeholder. Now we just collaboration with the Jakarta government, or maybe we try to move on to the Ministry of Education nationwide, and also the Ministry of Environment. So I think we will get help from 2 kind of ministry to scale up this and to broaden this program into the nationwide. Okay, thank you. That's all from me.
Thank you, Pak Andi, for your presentation and for sharing about BNI's Let's Save with Waste program. Moving on, I'm excited to now invite Dr. Mary O. Penetrante from Central Philippine University to share about their city academic collaboration for eco-innovation and plastic-free cities. Dr. Mary is a professor at Central Philippine University. She joined the university in 1991 and since then has served the university in various capacities. As chair of the Department of Computer Science for 5 years, as program coordinator of the Doctor of Management program for 2 years, and as director of the University Research Center for 5 years. Over to you, Dr. Mary.
Thank you, Erin. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me share my screen. So I'd like to share with you the pilot project that we have implemented to address the plastic waste pollution in our city. In 2021, the Philippines was declared us the third largest contributor to plastic waste worldwide. About 2.7 million tons of waste generated, and 20% of these plastic waste end up in the oceans. We know that plastic pollution causes a lot of problems like social, environmental, and economic. And Iloilo City just recently experienced a problem on waste pollution, a very high waste pollution. One of the key officials of the city was quoted saying that the river at the heart of the metropolis is dying, and fish kills have become a regular occurrence at the river because of the unabated pollution it absorbs. So our university partnered and collaborated with various stakeholders. The mission is to reduce plastic waste in Iloilo City through sustainable consumption, production, and waste management of plastics and its alternatives. So we piloted 5 eco-solution models in 13 barangays in the city. And this is under the Rethinking Plastic programs, which is supported by the German government, the European Union, and being implemented in the Philippines by GIZ and Expertise France under their Rethinking Plastics Circular Economy Solutions to Marine Litter program. At the local level, it was implemented by Central Philippine University in collaboration with various government agencies and other stakeholders. So a pragmatic and multi-stakeholders participation and collaboration approach was adopted, wherein various stakeholders participated and collaborated on several activities like supervised survey, focus group discussions, key informant interview, validation meetings, stakeholders dialogue, consultation meetings and workshops. Also, we have the analysis of the value chain, assessment and planning workshops, business forum, capability building, as well as strategic planning with key offices and sharing of best practices in various activities. So the collaboration was integral at different levels, from the team to institution to community and other forms of collaborations. So we have prepared a short video about the project, so let's watch it. Focused on the reduction of plastic waste in Iloilo City through sustainable consumption, production, and management of plastics and its alternatives. It was funded by the German Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development and co-funded by the European Union under the Rethinking Plastics Circular Economy Solutions to Marine Litter program. Various stakeholders were involved in this project, particularly the Iloilo City government, the Department of Trade and Industry, Department of Environment and Natural Resources, barangay officials, private sectors, and other stakeholders. Collaboration among the stakeholders include from situation analysis to the design and development of eco-solutions to implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. The project has 6 objectives, which we accomplished in May of 2022. First, we established the solid waste management baseline data, which we used to inform our succeeding activities. There were 383 households and establishments who served as respondents and participated in the supervised survey. Second, from the result of the baseline study, we used to design eco-solution models, which we implemented in 13 pilot barangays or pilot communities. We conducted focus group discussions and interviews with selected resource persons and barangay officials. We also conducted public forum and validation meetings. Third, we started testing alternatives to single-use plastics, focusing on locally produced raw materials such as cassava. Fourth, we analyzed the recycling chain in the city from households and establishments to junk shops and aggregators up to the sanitary landfill. Fifth, we developed information, education, and communication materials which we use to inform the public about the solid waste management system being implemented in the city. We also developed audio-video presentations and solid waste management jingle, which we used in pilot barangays and in related events. Sixth, we initiated dialogue for a citywide implementation of the enhanced eco-solutions by presenting and discussing the results and recommendations to the City Solid Waste Management Board. We initiated discussions with 15 barangays who expressed their interest in replicating the solid waste management eco-solutions in their communities. We recorded a reduction of 10.6 metric tons per month of plastic waste in the city, and our projection shows that when these eco-solution models are replicated in the remaining 167 barangays in the city, we can achieve at least 87% plastic recovery, and that means lesser waste goes to our sanitary landfill and lesser plastic waste goes into the bodies of water. There were 39 eco aides and MRF managers trained in waste segregation, processing, recording, and reporting. We provided jobs and sources of income to these 39 eco aides and MRF managers through the implementation of solid waste management eco-solutions. Some of them recorded a monthly income of 12,000 pesos from the sale of recyclables. A Senro website and database are being developed, and we will use this as a platform for report submission from barangays to GSO office and sharing of information and best practices. We also revised the barangay ordinances to include the schedule of garbage collection, violations, penalties, fees, and charges. We organized junk shop owners and operators in the city and partnered them with barangays to enhance the recycling value chain in the city. We also identified 3 representatives of the junk shop operators to the City Solid Waste Management Board. There were about 4,000 households, 600 commercial, industrial, and institutional establishments, and 127 barangay officials who participated in this project. The important steps in the implementation of these projects are the following. The first is the identification of the support need of the local communities, and in this project, it is the provision of equipment and materials and capability building. Second, the reduction of barriers to behavioral change, and in this project, we provided the means of properly disposing of their waste. And the third is addressing their motivation to practice the desired behavioral change. And in this project, we provided an opportunity for them to earn extra income from the sale of recyclables. This was supported by the IEC campaign like audio, video presentations, and jingle, and the implementation of local ordinances. The major challenge when we implemented this project was the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. It was the peak of the pandemic when we started the project, so mass gathering was restricted, no face-to-face activities, and at times, communities were in quarantine. This has significantly affected the timely implementation of activities. Second, the scheduling of activities was also a challenge since most of the local officials were busy with the vaccination. And then there was the holding of the national political election, where government activities are not allowed during the election campaign period, which lasted 3 months. Third, getting the buy-in of the barangay officials was also a challenge at some time when we identified the pilot barangays, but eventually we have overcome this through constant dialogue and sharing of information. The Rethinking Plastic project allowed us to contribute to a more regulated use of plastics and their alternatives in the city, having various groups of stakeholders become more responsible in using and disposing of their plastic waste and comply with public policies on solid waste management. The plastic waste generators, collectors, aggregators, and recycling operators have improved their chain efficiency and market capacities. Public-private partnerships are strengthened, and a data bank of best practices on waste management is established and available for replication. And eventually, we are expecting that problems on health and environmental pollution will be lessened.
Ang solusyon sa problema sa basura: refuse, reduce, reuse, repurpose, and recycle. Problema sa basura, may kwarta sa basura. 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 Pahibalo sa tanan nga pumuluyo ang atong programa sa solid waste management kina-implementar sa bilog nga barangay. Gani ginapangabay ang tanan nga magsunod sa schedule sa pagkolekta sang basura. Lunes, papel kag karton. Miyerkules, plastic kag plastic bottles. Biyernes, metal, lata kag botelya. Kinapangabay pagit ang tanan nga painon ng basura base sa schedule sa koleksyon. Ang aton barangay eco-aids ang magakolek sa basura sa mga palimalay. Ang violations, fines and penalties nakasaad sa lagi RA 9003. Sa dugang impormasyon o kung reklamo, magkadto sa barangay hall.
Salamat, binagbinago natin. I will continue my presentation. So the results of these collaborations include capacitating the 13 pilot barangays in implementing the eco-solution models. Also, we have recorded 7,756 households and 315 business establishments participating in this solid waste management initiative, and about 54 people trained in solid waste management supported by the project, and there are 16 entities with increased capacity to assess and address solid waste management issues. And most importantly, there were 54 number of persons with increased income as a result of project assistance. So the insight from this project, which I would like to spotlight, is that collaboration is really very important among various groups of stakeholders in addressing this plastic waste pollution. Because right now we're having a magnitude of pollution problems, and one or few sectors can hardly solve this. It requires coordinated initiatives from the local to the national and regional or even global levels, pulling resources and expertise together and prioritizing solutions with impactful results. By doing so, we can do more with limited resources and time. I would like to show you my contact details if you want to collaborate with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Mary, for your presentation and also for preparing that video for us. Before I move on to our final presenter, could I please ask you to kindly look at the chat box where one of my colleagues has prompted you all to fill out a feedback survey. Your thoughts, your comments, and your feedback on this event over the last 2 days is very, very much appreciated. Now, without further ado, I would like to introduce our final spotlight presenter of today, Winchester Lemon, President and CEO of Envirotech Waste Recycling, to share about his organization and how they upcycle plastic waste into necessities. Winchester is a mechanical engineer by training who has since used his skills for the greater good by reducing plastic waste and turning it into useful products such as pots, benches, and school chairs. A final reminder here that if you have any questions for any of the presenters so far and any questions during Winchester's presentation, please do place them in the Q&A function and we will get to them at the end of the sharings. Over to you, Winchester.
Thank you, Erin. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to share my screen. Okay, my company is Envirotech Waste Recycling Inc. It was born in the year 2010, and it was established because it's my, well, everyone's duty to recycle all types of plastic waste, and that is our main objective, to recover the discarded plastics in the landfill and at the same time at source. So we want to be in a circular economy because what we aim is to reduce waste and avoid pollution. In 2015, the Philippines was ranked by the Ocean Conservancy and McKinsey Center for Business and Environment as the world's third biggest plastic polluter. Instead of waiting for landfills to clear out, Envirotech chooses to deal with the surplus of plastic waste by recycling. Here's the plastic situation in the Philippines. We have 2.7 million metric tons of plastic waste generated each year, and 70% of the Filipino population has no access to disposal facilities and sanitary landfills, causing waste to leak into the oceans. There are still 403 open dump sites and 108 controlled dump sites in the country. What we are seeing right now is the Philippine data. We have 4,000 LGUs, 17 regions, and one region is equivalent to 158,823 tons of plastic waste generated. And we have around 5 facilities and going to, well, 6 facilities right now. We have 3 facilities in Mindanao, 1 in Visayas region, and 2 facilities in Luzon area. So that means we are just recycling around 3% of the plastic waste generated in the Philippines. So what we are really targeting is to come up with 2 facilities per region per year to cover at least 50% of the plastic population, plastic waste generated each year. Our vision is to reduce the plastic waste by creating different facilities nationwide. And the school program right now is to capture the single-use plastics and turning them into armchairs. As you all know, the armchairs backlog here in the Philippines, when I started in 2010, is just around 1.8 million. Now it's the year 2022. So we have a big backlog of around 4.8 million school chairs. So that means we are not doing our jobs in supplying the armchairs here in the Philippines. This is why we are targeting the plastic waste to be converted into school chairs. And at the same time, we are saving the trees from being cut every year, because one tree that will be cut is equivalent to a school chair. So if we are going to replace them with our product, we can save the trees from being cut. And of course, our vision is really to collaborate with academia, companies, establishments, communities as the first to be of the collection. We envision Envirotech to be the recycling company that promotes zero waste and develop clear environment in every city and municipality in the Philippines. This is to provide end-to-end solutions from solid waste materials, from LGUs, particularly in barangays, and help private companies achieve CSR or corporate social responsibility by providing a system which converts useful products out of single-use plastic waste. This is the simple diagram that we have right now. The LGUs will bale all the plastic materials, just like what we have in our diagram. And then what we do is really to haul or simply make the LGUs bring the plastic waste materials to our facility. And then from our facility, we are going to process them by shredding them into pieces. And once it's shredded already, we are going to melt them into a molten product. And then from there, we are going to make different products, whatever the customers or the client will need from us, in order for them to make it in a circular economy. These are the different products that we made so far. So from one of our company, it's under Coca-Cola bottling. We are mixing with 300 PET bottles and converting it into one school chair, just like what we have right now. It's a collaboration with them. We are the exclusive partner of Coca-Cola in the Philippines, and we are collecting it nationwide. We started here in Mindanao, and then in Visayas region, going to our Luzon area. So far, we collected around 50 to 100 tons of bottles and then turning them into useful products. And the second one is all the discarded foil packs. These are the small packs that are being distributed in sari-sari stores or small stores here in the Philippines. And we also accept them. And I think we are the biggest collector of the foil packaging material because nobody wants to recycle them. So the multi-layer plastic is being mixed with other materials as well. And we will convert them into tables and other products as well. For our latest achievement, we are able to produce a 28 square meter house made from 95% single-use plastics. And these plastic waste, if we are not going to use them, then it's just going to be left out in the landfill or as marine litter as well. And eventually it will become marine litter or microplastics. And to continue our engagement with other companies and other academe, we made also a bike multipurpose lane in one of established cities in Metro Manila. And also we made fencing. Another one for BGC, we made also trash bins for them. And we are not limited only to certain products because we are also venturing into construction items for the development of walls and other formworks as well. And for the last one, we also made for Shell stations and other gas stations as well. So the challenges that we incurred are really goes down to lack of drop-off facilities because right now, like I said, we only have 7 facilities right now, and we encourage everyone to sort and somehow put them in one place because I believe if we are going to educate a lot of communities to be able to take them out from the sea and take them out from the landfill, we will be able to control it, and at the same time, we will be able to recycle all of them and turn them into useful items. And of course, from the last presidency, we were able to introduce our system. And so far, we are still waiting for the new government to support, because if not for the government, it will be hard for us to be able to enter into communities and have them secure the contracts that will be delivered to us. And like I said, we need the education of disposing, because some of the students right now don't know how to dispose their plastic waste material. All they know is just to throw it in a garbage bin, and then that's it for them. But if we are going to educate them and tell them that the one that you are disposing right now, the candy wrappers, if you collect around 10,000 candy wrappers, you can already convert it into one school share. And if you are disposing a Coca-Cola bottle or any plastic bottle for that matter, you are going to collect 300 bottles of that, and you are going to make around one lounging chair already, and so on and so forth. So if you are now in a packaging company, just give us at least around 2,100 sando bags for that matter. We can make also one school share. So that's how we can educate everyone, because if we can identify what is the problem at source, then we can also make different components, different items for that matter. And in order for us to gather all the materials in one place, we need to incentivize everyone. We need to incentivize, because there is a cost for capturing these items, these materials. So I can see that it's a two-way street. You cannot just envelope it, like giving instructions to everyone to segregate and sort the material without any incentives for that matter. So by doing so, we have to analyze and capture the data. If we are just collect and just recycle everything, we do not know exactly what we are doing. And how to reduce the problem is by capturing the data, and how to implement it by doing intervention and everything. Of course, we are going to implement the EPR. Right now, it's out already, so we are just waiting for the IRR, and implementing and signing the EPR is very much different. We have to make sure that all the sectors, all the companies that will be involved should know how to nominate a producer's responsibility organization. Not only me, but all of us in the industry of collecting the plastic waste and recycling them. So by planning ahead, we have to do a clustering of regions and having a mega facility structure. When I say a mega facility, it means synchronizing big cities in one region, because here in the Philippines, the landscape is very much different. There's a rule or an implementation from one city, and then if you go to another city, there's another rule for the solid waste management. So if we are going to synchronize everything, every major cities in one region, then I can say that we can capture all the plastic waste and put it in one mega facility. And also developing products that can be used in every community. Like I said, there's a lot of backlog here in the Philippines when it comes to school chair alone. So all the learning centers, all the small schools that have, or the public schools for that matter, we can also help them by doing what we call the Adopt a School program by the government. So this program is very helpful if we are going to implement it properly. And the incentives of that one would be a rebate from the taxes that we are going to pay. And of course, engaging at source of the plastic waste to recover 100%. So some of my experience was the dump trucks are passing by every community, And once they are recovering all the plastic waste, but which is separated from the biodegradable waste, they're just dumping it all together. So it doesn't make sense if you are going to sort it out from source. And so what I can see here is a scheduling of collecting the plastic waste materials at first, and then the next day will be a collection of different items, and so on and so forth. And inviting all stakeholders and unite to combat the plastic pollution. Like I said, if we are going to synchronize everyone to be able to see that the plastic that we are going to collect or we are going to accept can be converted into something that is very useful. And of course, changing the mindset of everyone to raise awareness by media outlets. We all know that the plastic waste right now is an eyesore, and sometimes all the companies are being tagged as the biggest polluter in the country. Well, in fact, I can see that the plastic is not the enemy of our generation. It means that the plastic can be used in a very special way, and what we need to do after that is to discipline ourselves on how to dispose it properly, and making sure that when we dispose it, it will be turned over to different recycling facilities. Incorporating the multinational companies to produce good results. I am engaged with a lot of multinational companies right now, and I can see the synergy between the two of us. I mean, the companies that I'm engaged with, I see that they are really leaning towards the recycling companies, because they want to make sure that what they produce will be turned into a different, will turn over to companies that can be recycled them into different items as well. So I will leave you with this one note. Influence one individual, you will have one community. Influence one community, and you will have one city. Influence one city, and you will have one region. Influence one region, and you will have one nation. Nation as one. Thank you very much. This is my contact details. If you want to collaborate with me, you can email me or you can contact me anytime. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Winchester, for your presentation. It has now come to the last Q&A session. Thank you again to the audience for your active engagement in the Q&A box as well as the chat box. We have a lot of questions to go through and so little time, so I'll try and address as many questions in the short Q&A session as possible. So now I would like to invite all the presenters back to turn on their videos, and if I could get them to be spotlighted, please, so we could start this Q&A session. Okay, I think almost everyone is up. Okay, and we're all up onto the screen again. Maybe I'll go back to the beginning to Josephine. We have a question here from the audience, and that is, what is some key advice you would share with another island community such as Phuket to make real progress on plastic reduction?
Thank you very much, Irene. I think it's from Michelle, right? Basically, I have typed my answers in the chat box. It's okay. From my opinion, I think for firstly, data collections and stakeholders consultation sessions is very important for us. Because by engaging different stakeholders, we are able to identify at least the source. We need to know that the source of plastic, and public acceptance and mindset. And as plastic consists of different types of categories. So from my opinion, I think prioritizations of the plastic types, that can be one of the way to reduce. Let's take Penang as one of the example, is that after the stakeholders consultation sessions, and then we managed to identify that one of the main critical plastic types that generated by the local communities or the households are plastic bags. So we focus on plastic bag first. So this is one of the main first initiative that we identified. So we work on that. So secondly, then we slowly move to polystyrene. Why? Because of the increasing the dengue cases because of the mismanaged waste that we discard for all the polystyrene containers that cause on that. So the state government have decided to ban on it. And thirdly, then slowly we have some a roadmap for the plastic types that we wish to treat it by different stages and phases. So this is some of the things that I can share. And thirdly, I think a proper waste segregation facilities and infrastructures is also very important, as when we talk to the local communities and the people, they a proper solutions or the proper discarded, the recycling bins, for example, is very crucial for them. So, and also where can they find it? So is it easily approached? Because people usually will go for nearby recycling bins or easily approach for them to, especially if they want to discard for their recycling items. So I have put down a link that, because PGC will have as implement or establish one of the we call it as zero waste network, that we identified the local residents buyback center, nearby buyback center and recycling stations, and then it's easily our local communities can serve it with our website, so it's available for public. Yep, thank you, Irene.
Great, thank you. And I think Diane has reshared that link that you mentioned in the chat box as well. I'll move to you, Pa Andi, if that's okay. So a question for you from the audience is, how important and / how difficult is it to establish partnerships with private companies, and how has it helped the program?
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah, this is one of the challenges to get collaboration with the private sector to support this program. So the first thing, the private sector have also collaborate also with the local government. So they have like the connection, the relation. So the private sector will have like because this is related to the saving account. Yeah, this program is also related to the saving account for the participant who save with base. So this is not, we have to like the fixed like a waste exchange rate. This may be weird. We have to have a fixed exchange rate maybe for certain period. So all the participants, including the private sector, will support this program because they have like certainty of the prices. This is very important because our program is also drive to for the community, the school is drive to the saving account, the habit of the saving account. So they need like the fixed exchange rate of the waste. So this is also important to the private sector to collaborate because they have a certain fund to expand for this program. I think that's all.
Thank you, Pa Andi. I'll move to you, Dr. Mary. So Dr. Mary, a question for you from the audience is, the general idea of academics is around research. However, CPU has gone into execution, which is great. Is this scalable, for example, for adoption by other institutions? And how much of a part does the city government play in the process?
Yeah, part of the university's function is really to help communities, not only on research, but in developing and enhancing what it is there in communities. And very important is the strong collaboration among stakeholders, particularly among the implementers. And the university is working with other universities, and those who have expressed their intention to replicate the implementation of these models. We have provided them some of the materials, and even went to their universities to explain how to implement part of the eco-solutions, because there are various aspects in the implementation of this project, the conduct of the baseline data, the identification of the eco-solutions, the testing of the alternatives to plastics, the government's part, the citywide discussions about changes in the solid waste management systems. And not all of this can be implemented at once, so they have to be implemented. So we provided some materials to universities who give us the intention, and we also presented these results to other organizations and institutions and government agencies, and we are ready to provide materials and support in upscaling the implementation of these eco-solutions. As to the question, I think what was the part of the government, right? Yeah. From the very start, the local government, as well as the Department of Trade and the Department of Environment, were really part of the conceptualization of the eco-solutions up to the design and implementation, even in the monitoring of the results. So we really worked together because each of us have, we have our own resources, and we have our own mandate on what type of support we can provide to the barangays or communities. So I think not only because we're talking about collaboration, but really, in my opinion, collaboration is a very critical aspect in implementing this type of project at the community level.
Thank you, Dr. Mary. I'm just conscious of the time here as well, so I think I'll wrap up with one final question for Win. So Win, a member of the audience has asked, as your target consumers organizations, how do you get them to choose your products over others?
Sorry, again, how do I choose?
So as your target consumers organizations, how do you get them to choose your products over other products?
Oh, okay. We have a wide variety of products right now, and we do not choose these ourselves. We make the community and the companies choose their own products, whatever the requirement is. And at the same time, whatever product that they choose, we are going to explain to them how many plastic waste that can be generated from it, and at the same time, what could be the longevity of the product, and if the product will be broken, if we can replace it at a smaller version or smaller rate, and it has a lot of advantages as well.
Thank you so much, Winchester. Unfortunately, we were running a little bit short on time, but I can see, as Josephine mentioned as well, if you speakers are still around, you can engage in the Q&A chat box as well and respond to some of the questions on there. Again, a big thank you to the audience for sending in your questions, and of course to our presenters, Josephine, Pa Andy, Dr. Mary, and Winchester, for your time today in sharing about your solutions and your organizations. Before I let you go, could you please stay here for a moment and smile for a quick photo opportunity in 3, 2, and 1. And one more, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you all for your presentations and for your time today to be part of this event. As we move into our final segment of today, I would like to hand it over to Kamala Ernest, Project Coordinator at Sea Circular, to share with us a summary of key outcomes from the Sea of Solutions 2022. Over to you, Kamala.
All right. Thank you very much, Erin, and greetings again from Bangkok. Dear participants, distinguished speakers, panelists, providers of spotlighted circular solutions, my dear colleagues and friends. I'm happy to see many familiar faces and supporters of Sea of Solutions this year, yet again. And thank you so much for being with us for the closing session of Sea of Solutions. I am sure you will agree with me that we had such a rich exchange of information, experiences, and knowledge over 2 days. Thank you to all the distinguished speakers and panelists, to the voices of the youth, scientists, businesses, policymakers, development partners, and many more for lending your expertise, experiences, and stories to the fourth Sea of Solutions, a spotlight on solutions to end plastic pollution in Southeast Asia region. I would like to share some of the key outcomes, which we are calling it voices from the Southeast Asia to end plastic pollution. Now, just to recap, Sea of Solutions is a high-level annual partnership forum for the voices of stakeholders from Southeast Asia working towards ending plastic pollution. As you all know, Sea of Solutions is convened by Sea Circular Project, which is an initiative of UNEP and the coordinating body on the seas of East Asia, COPSEA, and supported by the government of Sweden. So let me just read the 5 key action points that we have summarized today over taking into account the deliberations over the last 2 days. Definitely, these are just some initial findings. We will definitely compile all the recommendations and the key points from all the sessions, especially the latest session that had just ended, and provide an outcome summary as soon as possible. So look out for that. But for now, here are the 5 key action points from the Sea of Solutions of 2022. So the first action point is we need to work together to beat plastic pollution at its source. Working with all stakeholders is indispensable to building a global deal that enables a circular plastic economy. Only through collective action can we supercharge ambition, scale existing solutions, and design new ones to beat plastic pollution. Countries in Asia and the Pacific region have developed regional frameworks that emphasize the need for collaborative action and coordination. Many countries have also developed national action plans and roadmaps to address the plastic pollution challenge. And we heard today an emphasis on having a robust policy, especially from the private sector, looking at a strong regulatory framework for extended producer responsibility. So actions are required from all stakeholders, governments, finance sector, stakeholder groups to scale up innovation to a circular plastic economy. Second, we can learn from Asia and the Pacific in addressing the plastic pollution crisis and finding solution, as we have already shown you from yesterday and today's spotlighting section. The region produces and consumes a significant share of the global plastics. So also, this means that a significant quantity of plastic waste comes from this part of the globe. Plastic leakage into marine environment is a major issue that impacts ecosystems and communities. At the same time, solutions for a circular plastic economy exist and are scalable, as you have seen. In Southeast Asia, new policy developments, market-based solutions on extended producer responsibility are taking shape. There is a lot of lessons to learn, to share, replicate, and we have also seen how much the chat box was on fire with lots of exchanges and networking. Now, the third point is on small and medium-sized enterprises. So we need to create an enabling environment for them. Circularity across the plastic value chain creates space for new business models at all stages of the value chain. These range from eliminating hazardous and unnecessary plastics to designing plastic products to be circular, from circulating plastic products and materials to managing non-recyclable plastics sustainably. SMEs often work closely with local communities. They are agile in designing and adapting circular business models to create business opportunities where they didn't exist. Spotlighted solutions highlighted that for circular business models to scale, an enabling policy environment is needed. Access to sufficient finance is also important, as startups' costs are often daunting for SMEs, as well as they require financing for planning and designing innovative solutions. The fourth point is that we can make solutions to beat plastic pollution very inclusive, and there was a dedicated panel discussion today on just how to do that. The pollution crisis is not only damaging the environment, but it also impacts human rights. In Southeast Asia, marginalized coastal communities are particularly vulnerable to the effects of plastic pollution. Their inclusion and empowerment through plastic circularity must be a priority. It is important to ensure that human rights and gender equality are fully considered at all stages of designing a circular plastic economy. It is important also to ensure that jobs created within circular plastic solutions, especially those in the informal sector, are safe and are performed under healthy working conditions. Solutions supporting behavioral change in the consumption of plastic should also be inclusive and accessible. Last but not least, the fifth point is we can develop a viable circular plastic solution by leveraging innovation. So innovation is central to creating economic value while reducing the use of virgin plastics. Through innovation, it is possible to rethink and redesign the full life cycle of plastics. A range of innovation solutions exist that work to close the loop of plastics value chain with locally applicable and scalable collection, recycling, and remanufacturing methods. In addition to downstream solutions, it's important to leverage innovation upstream the plastic value chain to develop and scale solutions that focus on circular design, plastic avoidance, and plastic substitution, ensuring financing for new technologies and innovation that reduce plastic consumption and plastic dependence is essential. Here you go, participants. So now is the time for a decisive action to end plastic pollution. So that's the 5 points that has come out. And as I said, we will develop this further and share with all our participants. Before I hand over to Erin, I wish to take this opportunity to thank my dear colleagues at UNEP Asia Pacific Office, and a special thanks to the Sea Circular team, Vincent, Natalie, Habiba, Karthik, Chisa, and Maria, as well as both Isabel Lewis, the Deputy Regional Director, and Ms. Dechen Sering, the Regional Director of UNEP Asia Pacific Office, for their support, guidance, and leadership. Also acknowledging the entire team from EB Impact, the event partners of Sea of Solutions 2022. Thank you very much, and over to you, Erin.
Thank you very much, Kamala, for giving us a summary overview of the last 2 days, and of course, importantly, sharing the key action points needed going forward. It is my pleasure now to invite Anna Maria Altorp, Head of the Development Cooperation Section at the Embassy of Sweden in Bangkok, to give us a sharing around the key messages of Sea of Solutions 2022. Over to you, Anna Maria.
Thank you, Erin, and excellencies, distinguished speakers, panelists, spotlighted circular solutions, and participants. I'm honored to deliver the key messages at the Sea of Solutions 2022, the largest networking event in Asia and the Pacific for circularity in plastic value chain, where a wide range of stakeholders come together towards solving plastic pollution. For the last 2 days, we have had the opportunity to listen to inspiring and impactful circular plastic solutions and knowledgeable speakers. I hope you have enjoyed the keynote speeches, presentations, and panel discussions, and that they have contributed to new knowledge and insights and inspired you to take action. The Sea of Solutions is part of the regional project Sea Circular, implemented by the UN Environment Programme and the coordinating body on the seas of East Asia. And this project has been funded by Sweden since 2018 through the Development Cooperation Strategy for Asia and Pacific. I would like to extend a warm thank you to the organizers and their partners, to EB Impact, and to excellent panelists and speakers in the spotlight segments. As was discussed earlier today, plastic pollution has disproportionate impact on groups which face a heightened risk of human rights violations. For example, workers, indigenous peoples, coastal communities, and people living in poverty. And children and women in these groups face even a greater risk. Not only present, but future generations will be affected by the current pollution if this is not reversed. So together we have to ensure that solutions tackling plastic pollution are inclusive and that human rights and gender equality are a prerequisite in designing a circular plastic economy. On 28th of July this year, the UN General Assembly declared that everyone on the planet has a right to a healthy environment. And the historic resolution at the UN Environment Assembly earlier this year sent a clear message on global consensus that marine litter and plastic pollution must be tackled urgently and that we have no more time to waste. In the last 2 days, we have come across 12 impactful solutions to this crisis, many of them led by small and medium-sized enterprises. These solutions are promoting actions around a number of areas: plastic avoidance and alternative solutions design, expanding life cycle by reducing plastic usage at design and consumption stages, and removal and better recycling initiatives to allow new post-consumer applications. Now we need these practical solutions to be taken forward. The panel discussions have given a clear and strong message that the solutions to these crises rely on the actions and collaboration of different stakeholders: government, businesses, private sectors, small and medium-sized enterprises, development actors, informal sector actors, civil society, consumers, and many more. I do want to reiterate that the transition to circularity demands impactful solutions across the plastic value chain. And these solutions have to be innovative, inclusive, and collaborative. As we are all aware, the circular plastics economy does not only mean recycling materials at the end of life cycle, but also eliminating the production of products which can be considered as avoidable, unnecessary, or problematic. Also designing products for reuse and ensuring their effective reuse and removing hazardous additives in plastic products. This is good for human health and facilitates bringing plastic waste back into plastic production. For these reasons, it is important to acknowledge stakeholders in the whole plastic value chain and their key role in addressing plastic waste both upstream to avoid the use of plastic and downstream through sorting and recycling. The first meeting of the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee in Uruguay next week will set the primary expectations of the internationally legally binding instrument in 2024. Yesterday's interesting panel discussion on how can a legally binding instrument to end plastic pollution be innovative, inclusive, and collaborative emphasized the collaborative and inclusive approach of the instrument. Plastic pollution is affecting every one of us and violating a number of human rights. For these reasons, ensuring a healthy planet is also everyone's responsibility. We all need to act together. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening. And again, a warm thanks to the UN Environment Programme and the coordinating body on the seas of East Asia for organizing this timely event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna Maria, for your time and for highlighting the key messages of this event. Our last speaker of the day is joining us again to close off Sea of Solutions 2022. It is my pleasure to invite back Ms. Dechen Sering, Director of the Asia and the Pacific Office of the UN Environment Programme, back to the screen. Over to you, Dechen.
Thank you very much, Erin. Ms. Anna Maria Alter, Head of Development Cooperation at the Embassy of Sweden in Thailand, distinguished speakers, panelists, providers of spotlighted circular solutions, and participants. Thank you for joining us at Sea of Solutions 2022 and for sharing your initiatives, ideas for change over the last 2 days. The interaction, virtual networking have enriched our collective knowledge about the issues at the heart of addressing the plastic pollution crises. We have seen that solutions are within reach in our region. To the solutions providers, we deeply appreciate your thought leadership, your commitment, and your inspiring solutions that aim to make our planet, our home, a better place to live. A special thanks to our partners and the government of Sweden for making this fourth Sea of Solutions event possible under the regional Sea Circular project. I would like to thank and acknowledge the hard work of the Sea Circular team and the support provided by UNEP colleagues in organizing this event, as well as the excellent partnership with EB Impact. And a big thank you to all of you for engaging in vibrant discussions here in this virtual event space and on social media. This year's Sea of Solutions attracted 1,000 participants from the region and around the world, including consumers, businesses, civil society, academia, governments, and development partners. Over the past days, we saw a rich exchange of information, experience, and knowledge, and we shone the spotlight on 12 solutions that are harnessing the power of innovation, inclusion, and collaboration to tackle plastic pollution in this region. We even had a unique opportunity to hear from change makers themselves. We have seen that Southeast Asia and the wider region have the potential to scale solutions and form an integral part of global efforts to stem the plastic pollution tide we face. Importantly, the solutions we've learned about over the past days are proof positive that action is possible at every part of the plastic life cycle. The solutions demonstrate how we can avoid plastic pollution, plastic alternatives for packaging food, water, and items we use in our daily lives. They've shown how critical it is to ensure that plastic is treated as a resource that should not be wasted and should be kept out of the environment. They've highlighted the importance of energizing individuals and communities through incentives to be part of solutions that contribute to circularity. and they've emphasized that no one can be left behind in the transition to a new plastics economy. A new plastics economy means new jobs, new materials, new products. The solutions shared help light the path forward, which is encouraging and empowering. We will share the outcomes of Sea of Solutions at the multi-stakeholder forum that will take place this weekend, and we will also provide inputs to the first meeting of the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee that will begin its meetings in Uruguay on Monday. So please be assured that voices from this region will contribute to this global process and help chart a path for inclusive, collaborative, innovative action to address the full life cycle of plastics. We will use the positive momentum built and use this opportunity to engage with all stakeholders in this region and support countries toward fair, impactful action at national, regional, and global level. We note that private sector will continue to play a key role in closing the loop on plastic pollution through innovative solutions and market transformation. Once again, we thank the government of Sweden for its support of the Sea Circular project. Sea Circular has inspired market-based solutions along the plastic value chain, enabling policy support on marine plastic pollution and enriching stakeholders in the Southeast Asia region with awareness and knowledge on addressing plastic pollution. Thank you for being part of Sea of Solutions, and I urge you all to take forward the ideas and knowledge shared during this event and advance efforts towards our common goal of ending plastic pollution. We hope to continue to work with all of you and to welcome you to the 5th partnership event next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Dechen, for your powerful closing remarks. Before I close the session and wrap up today's event, can I please ask our closing speakers, Kamala, Ana Maria, and Dechen, to turn your cameras back on for one last photo opportunity. Okay, I think we're all here. Okay, we'll smile in 3, 2, and 1. And one more time, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. With that, our event has now come to a close. It has been such a great 2 days with everyone here, and we couldn't be more appreciative to you for attending, and of course, a big thank you to our distinguished speakers and panelists. We have many people and organizations to thank for the insightful 2 afternoons of presentations and dialogues. Thank you to all the spotlighted organizations for sharing about your work and solutions that contribute to the agenda of less plastic waste in Southeast Asia. Thank you to the coordinating body of Sea of Solutions, the UN Environment Programme, COBSEA, and Sea Circular, and thank you to our supporting partner, the Swedish International Development Corporation Agency. Before you leave, can you please fill out our feedback survey by scanning the QR code you see on the screen or by clicking the link that my colleagues have sent in the chat box. Once again, a very big thank you for joining us this afternoon and for yesterday's session as well, and we hope you enjoyed the event over the past 2 days. Enjoy your evening, and we hope to see you again. Thank you.